Good morning, everybody. It's me, the artisan MC, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Sure to hit the like button on your way in. Appreciate that. And the banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. If you support what I do here, or you're up early enough in the morning. I'm just drinking my coffee, about to do my thingy. Thing. Shout out to Malika Me Bain. He said, peace and love, artisan and the Geek Elite family. Appreciate you, Malika. I see Trust is in here. What's good, Trust? Ready to serve? I'm fine with that. I like chocolate. No, it wasn't for me. All right. So, what do you think we should talk about today, y'all? One movie is taking up more time. One movie is taking up more time to have to spend talking about it because, from my vision, people have put their foot in their mouth. There's something in my eyeball. People have put their foot in their mouth early, and then they look really crazy. They look really crazy for the way they was riding in on that movie before it even came out. And now that it has come out and people have seen it, it proves that all the bullshit that they were complaining about was just that bullshit that they were complaining about. Hadn't seen the movie, didn't know what was in it, didn't get an early screening for it either. So they've had to do a little bit of either backtracking or doubling down. And it's been really interesting to see the way that they try to pivot onto something else when that wasn't their complaint initially. And just really try to stand firm on one thing. And it's funny to me. This is a good example of how quickly a lie spreads and how a lie spreads. You've got to see it in real time. You've gotten to see it in real time. You've gotten to see how quickly a lie spreads. Because it usually comes from one person. And because everybody else, that next tier down really respects and rides with that person on whatever they say, they repeat it too. And now it's off to the races for everybody else to repeat. Nobody has an original thought. And these are the people who are sitting here questioning Hollywood about not having original thought, which I find interesting psychologically. Now, for you people who didn't know, I'm talking about the Odyssey. I'm talking about the kerfuffle over the Odyssey, about what people was telling you it was for months and what it came out and showed that it actually is. Didn't line up together at all. Didn't. So they are trying to pivot and actually use their influence to kind of bring it down a little bit to keep anybody else from going to see it. I've never seen so many reviewers actually telling people not to go see the movie. And I've seen some shit movies this year and last year. I've seen some really shit ones. But I think they overplay their position because I don't think as a reviewer, it is your job to tell people to go to a movie or not to go to a movie. However, it is your damn job to tell people what you thought of the movie. They go to see or not see what they choose to because it's not your decision. But when you jump into that chair of telling people what to see and what not to see, it proves to me the arrogance of you. You think you are. You are really trying to, like people say most of the time, lead the herd to movies or away from movies. That's not your damn job. I've seen a lot of shit movies in my life before YouTube reviewing and while YouTube reviewing. There's very few of them I tell you don't waste your money. Don't go see that shit. Or you should take your time and go check it out. It's a suggestion. It's not a requirement. It's not a mandate. It's not a goddamn command. You are my legions, and I send you forth to watch this movie. No. No, that's not what it is. It's telling you my experience, what I saw, what I liked about it, what I didn't like about it. And you make up your own mind. You make your own decision on it. Because I don't control your pocket. I don't. I'm not in your pocket telling you where to spend your damn money. It's not mine to spend. I can't even make you spend it on me to support me telling you what I thought of the damn movie. Can't. All I can do to you is make suggestions, comments, complaints based on what I have seen. That's the key point. Based on material I know. But it's ultimately your decision. I just try to put the best information in front of you and let you decide from there. I am not married to the outcome of your decision one way or the other because I don't get paid off of it one way or the other in any way. In any way. If I came on here and gave you a stellar review of a movie that was shit, I don't get paid off of that. I'm a small YouTuber, folks, in the whole YouTube partnership program. I don't get a shitload of money off of this, which is why I still have a regular job. If I came out and gave you a scathing review of a movie, everybody would say, "Oh, this is awesome." I was like, "This is a piece of shit, bro." I don't make anything off of that either. It monetarily affects me in no way, one way or the other, if it's a good movie or it's a bad movie. But what it does do is uphold my integrity, which is I'm not going to tell you something is good that I actually found terrible. And I'm not going to tell you something is terrible that I actually found good. Because I can tell you this, if I told you a movie is bad, you didn't see me go back and watch it twice. Never. Why? Because it was fucking bad to me. And I do not put myself through terrible experiences twice. I learn and don't do that shit again. Absolutely not. But if it was good, oh yeah, you'll hear me say I went to see it multiple times because it was good. But I'm also not one of the ones who think I in some way sit above the rest of the fans. I may be more knowledgeable than most of the common moviegoers and stuff like that. But then again, I'm not looking at them as peasants and I'm a king. No. I am a consumer of this product as well as a reviewer of it. So my role is a little bit different. Chances are when they put out some movie like this, I'm already a fan of the original material anyway. So I'm the fan base. I'm the locked in audience who's going to show up to see it anyway. The difference is when I walk in there, I'm more critical on the movie making aspect because I know the source material. But the thing that makes me a bit different, I hold the two side by side, not it needs to match up like a silhouetted cutout. This don't look like the same horse. When you do your adaptation, we'll see how close to the source material you get. If you do a copy of the source material in the same medium, then it probably should be a 1-for-1. But if you make something of your own, modern, then it's going to have some changes. And I'll grant you some of that. I will. Probably about 10%. 90% of this shit has to be original. I'll give you the 10% variation. One of the variations I don't give a shit about in modern Hollywood, or just Hollywood in general, is people not being of the race that the story came from. Because I've seen a lot of movies about people from Egypt, and I know people from Egypt ain't fucking white. But you know what? Sucked it up, watched it, went on with my life. Thanks, dear Seth, for coming back from Jakarta. It's okay. I missed it too. But that's the problem with hearing things and not seeing things as you're reading it. Let's just preface this right off the bat. I am a fan of Christopher Nolan movies. I am. And thanks to some of these dumbasses throwing up the list of Christopher Nolan movies because they don't know them, which I find very surprising since, this is his bomb. And what movies has he done? Then what are you talking about? This is how these motherfuckers be telling themselves all the damn time. You don't know this material. You say you do, but you don't. And you put forth such fallacies to people on a bigger stage with a bigger microphone is that you're just spreading a lie. The one that I think is the most egregious that they keep trying to hang this movie on is that he was the greatest warrior ever. That's not even a line in the movie, you dumb fuck. This is what shows me y'all don't pay attention to what you're sitting in the theater watching. All that prestige of getting to go see something early, and you can't even accurately remember this shit. Why are you there? You're not even paying attention. It wasn't the greatest warrior ever. It was the bravest warrior ever. You dumb fuck. You saw it twice, right? How did you miss that line? Because you said it the first time is the reason I was listening close for it. And it wasn't greatest. It was bravest. And why would you even consider that person the bravest? Because that character was a little kid when he got sent off to war. Like 10 or 11. And the motherfucker got killed in the beginning of the movie. So he grew up on the battlefield. Not crying, not trying to get out of his lot, none of that shit. He stayed there and did his goddamn job. That would make him one of the bravest warriors I ever knew. Because it was a fucking kid in a war zone. What's wrong with that? 20 years this motherfucker was gone from home. At 10 or 11? And was on the battlefield with men? Yeah, I can, if you're paying some credit to the character, yeah, I could say it was the bravest. He didn't say greatest. He said bravest. Because for a kid to do that is brave. For a kid to take somebody else's spot who's supposed to be taking their ass off to war, but didn't, got out of it, your conscientious objectives, or I had enough money to pay somebody, and still went, is brave. Because he don't know what the fuck he in for. The rest of the adults that was winning the lottery to go kind of did. Stupid asses. And this is what I mean about how fast a fucking lie spreads. Because you can go to all of the ilk and they'll repeat the same shit. Which tells me none of them have actually read this. In college, in high school, in anything. And one of the ways you could probably figure that shit out is they don't know the names of the characters. Now, granted, some people who have a hard time fucking reading and people who are not familiar with reading Greek names can have a hard time pronouncing some of these characters' names. It is challenging. But like I told you guys last week when me and Dead Set were talking Dune, this is why you read. Because that's the mental exercise for your brain. And if you're repeating it, it's the mental exercise for your mouth to make sure you're not just seeing words, but you can actually pronounce them. Competent fucking readers. So the reason why you listen to these reviewers and you'll hear them say, "Oh, I only saw the actor, not the character," is because you can't pronounce the character's fucking name. That's why you can't see him as anything else, but it's Matt Damon. It's John Leguizamo. That's why. Your association is to the name. And since you can't pronounce the character's name, you pronounce the actor's. That's what you're attached to. That is the block in your understanding. That's why you couldn't see anything but that character, but that actor, and not the character. Because you have no relation to the character's actual name. None. You do it with the easiest thing to say, which is why you relate to it. You hear me do this all the time. When I talk about the actor, I will talk about the actor's name. When I talk about the actor playing the character, I talk about the character's name. I will use the character's name. You don't hear them do that because they have a hard time remembering it. So you can't tell if the actor is acting like the character or not, because your relation is only remembering it only by the actor and their name. Anne Hathaway played what character? Penelope. Well, that's easy to remember, even in word association. But the one I keep stumbling over, Temecula, Tom Holland, Odysseus' son. Seeing it and saying it is two different things. I was listening to it again on an audiobook. It's like, maybe I'm saying this shit wrong. Let me listen to it. Like, sounds like it should have another L in there. Telemachus. Sounds like it should have an extra L, but it doesn't. It just has one. Okay. But one of the other ones with, what is it? EPISA, Frististeris or some shit like that. Like, man, who wrote this shit? That's not even a name, but it's pronounced a certain way. If it's not familiar to you, you will have trouble doing that. You will. He might have been a character in the movie. I might not remember the shit because it doesn't sound like it looks. It makes it hard. It's like watching Japanese movies. Shut up, Trust. There you go. You're sidetracking me on comedy. So the point of it is, if you can't even remember the character as the character's name, you can't say the character's name, you're going to relate to the easiest thing to remember, which means your mental relation is going to go to just the actor because you're familiar with that. It's how your mind works, the easiest path. The easiest path. And the easiest path to remember is, oh, this is Matt Damon. Well, this is John Leguizamo. Or this is Tom Holland. Because it's easier to remember that than remembering the damn character's name. Because it strains your brain a bit. Now, because you can see how badly these people stuck the foot in their own mouth, I find it entertaining. I find it actually kind of funny. Because I personally do not see the point in reviewing something 3 times that I disliked. I don't see the point in that. unless it's monetary. And I'm a small channel. Movies that I dislike, I might not even want to review it. I don't even want to fucking talk about it more than twice. I don't. I give you my reaction. I might give you a review, and or I'll talk about it on this show here. And then I don't want to talk about it no more. I have no fun in tromping around in shit. No. I understood. Excuse me. I stepped in it. I'm gonna rinse it off. I'm gonna tell you what it was, and then I'm gonna go about my life. I am not gonna revisit that shit. No. But apparently, my distaste with doing that is because I'm not big enough to understand that there's money in that. Oh, okay. Well, that ain't how I choose to make it. I have no fun. It is not profitable for me. I don't care what they charge for me to stomp around and shit. If it's actually shit, it's not. I get the hell away from it so I can get back to good things because I don't specialize in just having complaints on things. I don't. I actually really like movies. I think movies are a valuable art form for conveying emotion or being able to tell a story to common people at a wide range without it having to be the spoken word of a passed along story. It is. You can really influence the way life and people see the world by making a good movie. You can really fuck up some people too, putting out the bad one in front of them. It is what it is. It is the pluses and minuses of the medium. But I also understand most movies are shit. Most of them are. Let's just say, I don't know the exact number. Let's just say out of the 100 movies that come out this year, coming out all year from all the same studios, 100 movies going to be in the box office. Maybe 5 of them will be bangers. Really good. Really good movies. Most of them, like with most people, are going to fall in the middle. They're just good. They're not revolutionary. They're not reinventing the wheel. They didn't shift the paradigm or anything like that. They're just good. They just are. And that'll probably be, let's say, 80 to 90% of them. The rest of them at the tail end, the other 5 to 10%, will be shit. They will be actual shit. There will be movies that you sit there and watch and ask yourself, how the hell did they get paid to do this? How incompetent were they? Supergirl. They spent money on this? Bro, you could have did this better in somebody's backyard. Yes. Those will be there too. Middling shit. Exceptional masterworks. The middle road, 80% of them, just a good movie. The Odyssey fits in that 80%. Was it an exceptional movie? Maybe not. Was it a good movie or great? Yeah, I thought it was. I left the movie kind of excited for how it ended. And the only thing it actually did was made me more amped to finish this because I have it before the movie. I told you guys I was reading that to refresh myself before I went to the movie. But I got busy with work and put this bitch down and hadn't picked it back up for like a month or two. So I was behind. So I ended up seeing the movie before I finished reading it again. Now, I know some of you are saying, no, just get the audiobook. Yeah, I talked to BGS about that last night. Audiobooks are fine for me. The way I use audiobooks is fine for me if it's stuff that I've already read. But for me, personally, I like to see the words. This is why Dead Set is in here right now. How are we making that flub with Jakarutu? All right? The name of the legendary city in Dune 3 of Dune Messiah. Why were we messing that up? How did I even make a flub like that? Because I've read it before. I hadn't seen the word in a while. And then I listened to it again. So I'm not seeing how it's spelled. Fucks it up for me a bit. So that's how we were making that flub. I wasn't remembering it. You said a different word from a different book. But it sounded right. I was like, oh yeah, that's it. Human beings. I have a better recollection of it because I'm an old Negro. I'm an old geek. So a lot of my information goes in analog, meaning I've seen it and it's gone in straight. I don't have a photographic memory, but I do remember a lot from seeing visually, seeing the words. I see words. That's why it messed up. Because the last time I saw it, I was just hearing it. And that's why I wasn't grabbing my memory the same way reading it did. So that's my downside with audiobooks. I find it harder to remember audiobooks than I do actually reading the book. Reading a book, I could probably tell you the page number if you told me something, where it happened in the book. I could go back and find it. Like, yeah, it's right here in the book. Audio, completely different recall. But it's just the way I am. So I always prefer physical media, Sony. I always prefer the physical media. And I always prefer to put the physical media into my brain by actually holding it, touching it, reading it, seeing it. Just me. Makes my recall better. So, yes, I could have audiobooked it. I have it on audiobook. And I do a little bit of both right now because I'm trying to finish the shit out before I go see the movie again. Oh, because I will go see the Odyssey again. I will. And I don't give a shit about it being 3 hours. You know why? The same reason I don't give a shit about it being 3 hours is the same way you should look at these people who are complaining about it being 3 hours. Okay? I'm going to tell you how. Because the movie that they comparing this to today, not before, but today, is Lord of the Rings. And how many of them motherfuckers set their ass in Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, Return of the King, which were damn near 3 hours? Ask them how many of them sat there for every release of those movies and sat there and watched the first one or the first two before you watched the last one. 6 hours. Shut up. Ask them how many of them have those extended director's cuts of that bitch, which make each one of those movies damn near 4 hours. Ask them. I have them. I've watched all of them. So that time shit is bogus. It is a bullshit complaint. It's a bullshit complaint. If you tell me you've watched the extended edition of Two Towers, you asshole, then you sat there for 3 hours. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. And if you want to see, as a fan, you want to see your favorite YouTuber talk bullshit, you want to catch them in a lie, the same way they complaining about this movie being under 3 hours, 2 hours and 52 minutes. See how they talk about Doomsday when it comes out, which is supposed to be a damn near 3 hour movie. See what they say then. See what they say then. Because I can tell you this from having watched movies and being honest. The 2 hours and 52 minutes I spent watching The Odyssey was not wasted. That shit moved along. It moved along pretty quick, and I was happy about that. There was only a short span in there that I felt this is going on a little bit too long. And it was the shit with Cersei, because that was disturbing. And it was the shit with Callisto. Because, man, you ain't supposed to be eating them lilies. I don't know why the fuck you doing that. That's bad news. You don't read Greek mythology? Stop eating the lilies. It make you forget. God damn, even Percy Jackson figured that out. What's wrong with you? Those are the two parts where I felt it slowed down a bit. Those are two parts. But I can tell you, the 2 hours and 52 minutes I spent watching The Odyssey wasn't wasted. The hour and some change I spent watching Supergirl was fucking wasted. I felt every minute of that shit. Every minute. When The Odyssey ended, I'm asking the person I went with, like, man, that really didn't feel like 3 hours. It really didn't. And mind you, I had a big gallon jug of water. I was waiting to have to go to the restroom. Never happened. Never happened. I was in a packed theater on a Friday night, 7 p.m., packed for IMAX. Nobody got up. Nobody. And you can believe it or not believe it if you want to. Because I heard somebody say, oh, nobody was clapping. They'd have to be idiots to clap. I clapped. Other people in the audience clapped when the movie was over because I had that good of a feeling after the movie was, man, that was awesome. Yeah, fuck them suitors. I said, that happened in the book. Oh, I got to hurry up and get to that part. I want to feel that again. I want to feel that kind of righteous indignation again. Like, fuck them dudes. The first thing I said, my first critique I gave on this movie, I talked to Dr. T because he had asked me beforehand, had I seen the movie? He said he saw it, and he told me what he thought about it. After I saw it, I told him, yep, I just finished The Odyssey, man, and I'm telling you, I actually thought it was a great movie. I even cheered for a brother getting killed. And you know how I feel about that kind of shit. But no, I cheered for a brother getting killed because he was a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit, and I didn't give a damn about him getting snuffed out. So good. I'm glad he caught it. And Dr. T made me realize that. You mean Dr. Dre? Why do you keep saying Dr. Dre? I said, was that the dude from Straight Outta Compton? Yeah. I was like, oh. No wonder you look familiar. Because for the most part, outside of the trailers, I didn't know who was in this goddamn movie. But one of the things I did know is that Christopher Nolan likes to work with actors he's worked with before. So most of the people in this shit, in small roles or in bigger roles, were people that he worked with before. So I don't have a problem with that. That's why Elliot Page was showing up. I said that shit when it first blew up about, oh, Elliot Page is in the movie. I said, who gives a fuck? She's playing Achilles. That's not like Achilles from Troy. How are you comparing this to fucking Troy? It's a different fucking movie. And if it is, so fucking what? It's Christopher Nolan's movie. He can do what the fuck he want to in it. Does Elliot look like Brad Pitt? Fuck no. That's stupid. But they haven't said who he is. So how do you know? You're just making assumptions. Well, I'm happy to report that your assumptions were wrong. So you sound like a fucking idiot standing out there saying that shit for so long. But instead of backtracking on that and apologizing, saying, yeah, I was wrong on that, you're going to double down. Or it made it a bigger character than it should have been. And did it hurt the story? It wasn't in the original material. Okay. Did it hurt the original material any? Because you were all aflutter about saying that Christopher Nolan was using the wrong version of it anyway, because he was using this feminist version translation that came out recently, the Emily, whatever her name is, version of the Odyssey, which is told through a feminist lens. Well, I would see a woman giving more credence to some lowly child than just the masculine Achilles. Because this ain't fucking Achilles' story. It ain't all about Achilles in this one, right? It's about Odysseus. So fuck Achilles. I like my Greek legends and my Greek gods and demigods too. I like my pantheon of mythology. I do. If you like comic books, chances are you like mythology. But I like everybody's mythology. I don't just stop at the Greeks and the Romans. Because every culture has their mythology. Guess what? It ain't white folks sitting at the top of all of them. Unless they got conquered. So I didn't give a shit. I told you guys before, my only thing with Elliot Page, I don't give a shit about Elliot Page. I just seem like the dude ain't happy either. She wasn't happy as Ellen. She ain't happy as Elliot. I just look at it as in cases like, yeah, well, buyer's remorse. Well, the fuck, bro? I could have told you it ain't fun over here. I don't know how that works. I don't know why you just need to disfigure yourself to still date women. You could have just been a lesbian. Or you could have just been a butch. I don't know. But it's not my issue. I could try to understand it, but it's not my issue to have. And my question is, well, I know Ellen is a good actor. I don't know shit about Elliot being an actor. And can you use those credits from the same person? Well, apparently, yes. Because it's still the same person, regardless of what name you call them. Okay. Okay, whatever. Characters are thrown into stories all the time that never existed, especially in very dense and long stories. To break that long shit down to a 2 to 3 hour movie, you have to cut shit. They talk about Lord of the Rings. Doesn't everybody now know that even Peter Jackson in doing the Lord of the Rings had to cut out a bunch of shit just to do them first 3 movies? Don't we all know that now? That as close to the source material as he's tried to stay, he cut out stuff, took out characters altogether, gave words to other characters that never said that shit just so they could try to mend the story together. Don't we all know that? Don't we all know that as being true? So why the hell is the Odyssey getting shit for doing the same thing? Somebody complained, oh, well, he was with Odysseus was with Callisto for like 7 years and they had babies and we didn't get to see that. The fuck do I need that shit for? Yeah, it's good for a book. But I'll give you guys a little tip. You know how long the audiobook is for this motherfucker? Just somebody talking through it. 17 hours. You mean to tell me that this director that you want to give shit to took a 17-hour book that you would have to talk through and cut it down to 3 hours? Well, thank you. I would assume he cut out a lot of the extra shit. And not finding out that Odysseus was fucking on Callisto, or excuse me, Callisto was graping Odysseus since he didn't remember for 7 years and having babies with her was probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. We probably didn't need to see that part. Since we sensitive to the fact that, Wonder Woman was having sex with a whole dude's body who was taken over by a wish to sleep with Steve Trevor, and this wasn't really Steve. It was him piloting somebody else's body. Yeah, we kind of saw that as wrong, right? Okay, so why the hell do I need to see Callisto graping Odysseus for 7 years? Because he can't remember. Just eat the lilies. It's okay. Yeah, just eat this. Let's go to bed. Yeah, I didn't need that. I'll read it in the book. Thanks for the spoiler. I'll read it in the book, and then I will make my decisions based on that. Like, wow, that was a bit much. But it will further inform me to how much time has passed and how he was feeling all that time. And move on from it. Did it need to be in the movie? No. It takes away from the narrative that Nolan is giving you, is that Odysseus wanted to get back home to his wife and child. Because as a father, I can tell you, leaving a child that's just a baby that doesn't even remember my fucking face and coming back 20 years later, that's a struggle, man. The kid don't even recognize him when he sees him. How could he? How could he? That is, to me, that's heart-wrenching. I have a fucking grandchild I don't get to see enough. She's 7. I worry about the years in between since she was born during the dark times of COVID. I worry about those times of not being able to see her. And wonders if she even remember who the fuck I am sometimes. Like, yeah, that's your grandfather. Okay. And that's real life. Shorter time. So for me, watching the movie, that part landed. Getting back to his wife, maybe I'm old-fashioned. Maybe, I'm a sap at heart. But the idea of one woman loving you enough that she's sitting there waiting for your ass for years, devoted, won't take another man, she waiting for you for years, that sounds like love to me. Sounds like love to me. I like that. Call me what you will, but in some ways, I think that's how it should fucking be. Not the minute he sailed off on his ship, she had a bunch of suitors coming up to the palace, banging her out in the king and queen's chambers. Couldn't get off to sea good enough. That she was out there servicing all the suitors. Just seems like that's the way it should be for me. So I don't have a problem with that. Her crying and shit like that, bitch, she emotional. I'm not overly a fan of Anne Hathaway. The only thing that makes me give Anne Hathaway a pass, well, let me back this up. I'm not overly a fan of Anne Hathaway. I haven't liked Anne Hathaway since The Princess Diaries. Didn't. I thought she was a gangly looking olive oil looking ass bitch. I didn't care for her. I didn't think she was pretty. I didn't think she was beautiful. I didn't think she was sexy as Catwoman. None of that shit. She's too thin. And got a goofy looking face. To me. She may be the cast me out for some other white boys or something. Fine. I don't give a shit. She just don't necessarily do it for me. The only reason Anne Hathaway gets a pass from me, because we share a birthday. When I found that out, I had to fall back on her a little bit. Like, oh, she one of my kin, man. She one of my kin. Okay. Okay. Okay, Ed, you and the crew. Yeah, you Scorpio. I gotta give you some respect. Okay. Other than that, I don't think she's a terrible actress. I just don't think she's the most beautiful thing in the world. She basic. Basic as fuck. But she can't act. And what is she good at acting like? She crying. Now, my issue with her in the movie was I thought her being married to Matt Damon's Odysseus, her Penelope being married to Matt Damon's Odysseus, she looked a little bit too young, man. That it made me cringe when they were kissing. It was like, ooh, that's an old ass dude with this young ass girl. Yuck. It did. It just did. It made me cringe. I was like, that couldn't have been comfortable. And that's what took me out of the movie, not them talking in common language. That shit took me out of the movie a little bit. Like, it was really acting. That can't be comfortable. I could see if she was hot, wouldn't make a difference. She's not hot. She just basic. Not offensive to the eyes. And her kissing Matt Damon looked gross. It just did. It just looked gross to me. Like, ew. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. So the rest of the movie that they have separated and apart, I'm fine with that. Matt with Charlize Theron looked a little bit more, pleasant and appealing. Like, okay, whatever. Him with Anne Hathaway? Can we get a younger guy? Get a younger guy in here. Good night, bro. That was rough. That was rough work. I'm not looking at a lot of y'all spoilers you're putting in here about the book because I actually want to finish reading the book. It's bad on me that I didn't finish it before the movie like I wanted to. That's what it is, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to stop reading it, bitch. No, I just need to power through it. So this part, yeah, that would have took it into a different realm of a different movie. The movie is not about that. And here's the thing. You're talking about immortal and wanting to make him a god. The other complaint that I heard, which is kind of bullshit, is a lot of people were trying to seize on the fact that they're disappointed that it wasn't more gods in the movie. There's not enough gods in the movie and stuff like that. Oh, well, you recognize the director, right? You know what he does, right? This is the guy credited for bringing realisticness to Batman. He don't do gods in a whole bunch of CG and shit. So why are you looking for that from him? This ain't a fucking Marvel movie. You're not about to see all the gods running around. No. They make references to gods. There is a couple of them you see, but they ain't played up in the story like they need to be a big deal. No. Now, I recognize that from the spot in the book where I am of seeing Paulus Athena walking around talking with, I'm going to do it again, Telemachus. It's fine. She talks to him a lot. Doesn't happen in the movie. Doesn't matter. It's somebody else's telling of the story. It's not a verbatim copy, which we hate, right? Because mind you, here's the funny part. This will call people on their shit, right? The Odyssey right now from your favorite YouTubers is getting shit because the director made changes to the book and didn't give you exactly what's in the book in the movie, right? Okay. Beat this. Another movie is out right now And it is getting shit because it is a carbon copy of the original material, scene for scene, shot for shot. You know what movie that is? Moana. That's the complaint on Moana. The live action Moana is that it is a carbon copy of the original animation. Well, I thought that's what you wanted. But it's getting shit because it is a direct copy. Oh, it's a soulless cash grab. If you watch the animation, you don't need to watch the live action. It's the same exact thing. Man, pick a fucking struggle. That movie is bad because it faithfully adapted the source material. This one is a bad movie because it didn't faithfully adapt the source material. Man, shut up. I mean, really, shut the fuck up. This don't make no goddamn sense, bro. Yes, most Disney movies are. They copy their own source material. So which one do you want? There's a bug on my shit. I thought that was my mouse running over there. There's a little bug on my screen. See the inconsistency there? Because I don't give a shit if it's animated or not. If your big point is on accurate reproductions, then Moana should have been a hit for you. But it's not. And it's not because it faithfully adapted exactly what the original was. It didn't change anything. Shouldn't, right? By your logic, it shouldn't. But by your own words, you hating it because it didn't. Because it's not about hating that movie. It's about hating The Rock, which I still don't get. What has he done to you? Or your friends? It's just about seeing a bigger company fail. Yeah, Akoteki, it is selective outrage, but we all know that now, right? And yes, trust, it is pointless hate. It is. It's pointless. For what? You driving kids and families away from one movie that they could probably go to and enjoy. In favor of what? Minions and monsters, right? It's always how they want to direct the herd. Oh, Minions and monsters is going to be big. Sheep Detectives is going to be big. I haven't seen any one of those movies. I haven't seen anything positive hype-wise on any of those movies, except for the YouTubers trying to hype them up. And I haven't went to watch either one of those fucking movies. But you're speaking to somebody. Ain't to me. I wouldn't go watch them. I didn't even go watch Moana. You know why? Because I'm a fucking grown-up. I didn't watch Moana when it was animated. I've seen pieces of it, but I wasn't interested. So since they did the correct fan appropriate thing by getting the person who did the voice of the character in the animation to play the character on the live action screen, that's not enough now. Now that's not right either. You're not making much sense here. Just flat out, I already know y'all don't like Disney. Trust me, I got my own problems with Disney, and I've had my own problems with Disney before they ever bought Marvel or Lucasfilms or any of that shit. I already did. But I do not pull up the hate train just on anything. I'm not a bandwagon rider. I will judge shit for myself and decide if I like it. That's it. Cinematic selective outrage. Yes, it is. Motherfuckers, motherfuckers claim to be cinephiles, like they understood what their word was and was ever using it before certain people showed up to the internet or showed up in the reviews, and then don't understand what it means to be a cinephile. You love movies. Not that you're super critical of movies. You love movies. You love the medium, which means even a shit movie, you can draw a silver lining around some things because you like the form. You like the art form. You like the craft. I can tell you, for as much as they try to tell you this movie was ugly and it looked drab and stuff like that, I heard the same complaints about the Supergirl movie. Same shit. And they're not the same movie. They're not even shot on the same film stock. So what it tells me is, since we already know Christopher Nolan shoots his movies fully in IMAX. Fully. It's all in IMAX. Greater resolution, all that shit. Expensive film, all that. He only shoots in IMAX. If you got a cut where the sound didn't sound right and it looked dark and you couldn't see anything, it tells me you went to a cheap fucking theater. You didn't go to an IMAX theater. You damn sure didn't pay the extra money to go to one of them premium 70 millimeter IMAXs. So you did it wrong, you cheap bastard. Yes, it's going to look terrible. That's like seeing the 3D Feast, which is Avatar, and going to watch it on a standard screen. Just admit that. Just admit that. Or exactly, Aquateki, or blame the theater, nigga. When does IMAX not look good on an IMAX screen? Or was it your bootleg copy that you watched because you didn't go to the theater? Because low key, a lot of these motherfuckers act like they scared of people. That's why I don't be believing them. So I saw the movie. Where did you see it? At the theater? Did you? Did you actually go to a theater with, the rabble? Or were you on your computer at home watching it? Via bootleg, or somebody slid you off a screener? Your connections. This is a generation complains for the sake of pleasure and complaining and moving the goalposts. Yes. This is why, Malika, because I looked at my numbers again recently. This is why I don't track, I believe, this is just my belief. I could be wrong because I'm not the greatest YouTuber in the world. This is why I don't believe I track within a certain age group, not very high. Because I don't do a lot of this bullshit. Pointless fucking complaining. It's not my age group that does that. It's not. And since I don't do that, and I challenge these little young motherfuckers to actually grow the hell up, that would not be a message they want to listen to most of the time. It wouldn't be. I don't do Spectrum Kid Theater. I don't have enough flashing lights and snarky takes. I don't. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't give a shit what you believe. I know what I experienced, and I share that with you. You can take it or leave it. You can agree or disagree. It don't make me no never mind, because it doesn't change my experience of going to see the movie one way or the other. If you give me something else to think about and actually bring something substantive, a substantive critique, then I might take that under advisement and listen to and debate it and talk about it with you. But if all you got is, Christopher Nolan is shit, Since when, motherfucker? Because I've been watching Christopher Nolan movies since Memento. I have not been disappointed. The only two I know I haven't seen, I know I didn't see Dunkirk. I didn't see Dunkirk. But from remembering the trailer of Dunkirk, I saw shades of it in the trailer from the Odyssey. Them big sweeping landscapes with people running across that motherfucker. Let's go. That shit, it looked like Dunkirk to me. So I've seen him, film-wise, move on, progress, and keep putting the stuff that he learned from his last movie into this one. I haven't seen Dunkirk. I haven't seen Following. Doesn't mean I won't go back and watch them. Those are just two I haven't seen. All the rest of them I have. I fucking saw Tenet during the pandemic in the theater, the way he intended, on IMAX. Sitting there with 6 seats taped off to my right and left. In the theater. And I'm ass, like, it's just me and this bitch. It's me and like 7 other diehards. I'm a theater goer, man. I go watch movies in the theater. I got a computer. I got multiple screens. When I sit down to really want to watch something, I don't sit here on my fucking computer. I go sit down in front of a theater screen or my television screen and get it popping. I respect auteurs and people who are good at their craft. Christopher Nolan is one of the best at his craft. That's why that motherfucking theater was packed on a Friday night on the opening for this movie. The trailers looked awesome, and if you go back and look, most of these motherfuckers was loving the trailer. Now, you tell me how you got from the trailer to the actual movie, and all of a sudden it's dark and shit. Really? Did it look dark? No. I heard another reviewer talking about the CG in this and talking about Bill Irwin and that they were doing some animatronic shit with Cyclops. That was a real person, you dick. You get that, right? That was not the only thing CG on that damn Colossus or Cyclops was his face. The rest of it was a physical actor. You know, the same dude who played Tars, the robot, the same dude he used on other movies because he works with the same actors. Bill Irwin is a great physical comedian or a physical actor. If you want to really go way back with him, go back and watch the Popeye movie with Robin Williams. And you'll see Bill Irwin being out there kicking his hat all around trying to pick it up and shit. He's amazing. He's been doing it a long fucking time. Go back and watch, what is it, Legion? And watch him as one of the two characters. What was that character's name? Was it Sam or I forget what the character's name, but it was the one who, it was twins, but they shared the same body, so they took over the body. Go back and watch him doing that. Bill Irwin is a great physical actor. He don't need CG. Same way Andy Serkis don't actually need no CG. You just put the CG on him to see something other than Andy Serkis. But his performance is always like, this is incredible. No, Christopher Nolan don't use a lot of CG. He is the director known for realism, for making things real, making them realistic, work in the real world. Builds real set, builds real ships, does this shit practically. So, number one, you ain't about to see a bunch of guys running around. This ain't a Zack Snyder, James Gunn, DC Spider-Man, Marvel movie. It's not one of those. You're not about to see guys all over the place. Skip it. And you're not about to see a bunch of CG. You're not. It's going to be realistic. It's going to be more real because that's where he's grounded at. Now, one complaint I will say about the movie which goes back to me understanding Christopher Nolan and what he's good at and what he's not good at. If you watch this movie and you didn't feel enough heart in it, that it sounds like people just saying lines, it's because Christopher Nolan is missing one thing. And the one thing he's missing is what his longtime collaborator brings, and that's his brother, Jonathan Nolan. Jonathan Nolan is the heart in Christopher Nolan movies. In case you don't know that. Here's the thing with the Nolan boys. Why Oppenheimer was so good is that Oppenheimer is Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is very technical. I would dare say he might be overly on the spectrum in some way. He might be. But he's one of them high functioning motherfuckers. It's not a lot of emotional installation in that. It's not. But when you marry his overly technical self that's really straight and cut and dry with his brother Jonathan, who is actually more emotionally intelligent, can write scenes with emotion and have you feel it, you get things like Interstellar, where you actually feel the heartbreak of Matthew McConaughey's character losing 7 years of his goddamn life from dropping down to a planet and then seeing the videos of his kids grown up. His daughter not wanting to talk anymore. You feel it. You feel that pain. That's what Jonathan gives to Christopher when they're writing stuff together. You get that really deep emotional element because Chris is just not good at that part. He's not. He can give you a scene that's supposed to be emotional, that would be emotional. You'll know it's there, you'll get it. But it will miss something in how it's portrayed because that's not him. But when he works with his brother, it's all there. It's always there. That's when I noticed it. A movie with his brother, a movie without his brother. The emotional element does not pick up as well. It's like, yeah, this is a scene that's supposed to be emotional, but it's missing. He can't direct that because that's not something he's overly focused on. It's not. He understands what it is, what the scene should be. It should be emotional. Can't give you that because that's not him. His brother, though, Jonathan, oh, he can give it to you. And here's how you know. Who in here is watching the Fallout show on Amazon Prime? I want to slow down. Y'all got to keep up, though. Okay. Just moving on because I don't like waiting. Is there emotion in the Fallout show? Do you feel something for Lucy and what she's going through? Do you feel something with Maximus and what he's dealing with? In the last season, did you feel the conflict just with the ghoul in his real life, when he was in his real life with his wife and the shit they were getting into? Did you feel it? Did it rub you a little bit in some ways? Well, if it did, Jonathan Nolan is working with his wife, Lisa Joy, on the Fallout show. Lisa Joy did Westworld. She also did a movie most of y'all hadn't seen at all, which was Reminiscence with Hugh Jackman. That was them working together on a movie. Lisa Joy does fine on her own with some stuff, but she copies a lot. She just copies a lot. But working with her husband, Jonathan Nolan, you get more emotion in the shit. You get it a lot more. The movies that Jonathan has not worked with Christopher on, doing the screenplays and stuff, Tenet, I would think Dunkirk, because I didn't see it, but I'm just assuming, just making an assumption. Oppenheimer, you see that emotional element is missing a bit. It's not really there because he didn't work with his brother on it. Reminiscence is a good movie. The song in that movie tells you the pain of the damn thing. If you watch the movie, you can see the pain on the character's face, on Hugh Jackman's character. You get it. That loss. I went and saw that movie in the theater because it looked interesting as hell to me. I'm sure some of your favorite YouTubers shit all over that fucking movie. I'm sure. I'm absolutely positive. I actually liked the movie. I believe I even reviewed it. That was a good movie to me. Interesting. There were some ideas in there that I had already seen before. But the idea of not being able to move past this loss, what a person would go through. It's good to me. It was good. Yeah, because, and here's the thing, Tenet has zero humanity, just concept. What didn't work for me in Tenet? I didn't believe the romance with that tall ass chick. I didn't believe it at all. It was like play acting. Like, yeah, you're supposed to be into each other. He can't direct that shit because he don't really feel it like that. So it's happening on the screen, but you don't buy it. I didn't buy the relationship between her and that old dude. That they was really in love at one point. It looked fake. Like, this is not it. But concept wise, with the time travel and all the rest of that shit, I fucking bought that. Robert Pattinson was in that movie, you know. One of the few times you've seen him actually busting a gun and looking like, damn, Robert Pattinson could do some action, can't he? The same spectacle was there. The same music was there. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Ludwig did the score on that one too. Because I know he's been working with Nolan. He worked with Coogler. He worked with Nolan. Coogler is tight with Nolan. That's why Sinners was shot on IMAX. Because Nolan told him to. And told him how to do it. So, at least in the Odyssey, if you feel like it's missing a bit of heart in scenes that should be weighty emotionally, it's not there. That would be why. He didn't work with his brother on this to punch up the emotional part of that script, or at least give him that feedback. Directing is that give this to the direction, because his brother is more of the heart. Chris is the brain. He is the brain. He's the concept. He's the technical. He is that part. The emotion is his brother. Because I can tell you, there were multiple times during Interstellar, which I think is Nolan's best goddamn movie, to me, that I was fucking hell. Whoa, shit. I was actually having to take breaths. I was tense. What was happening on the screen was tense, but that was the music and the emotion and everything that was happening on the screen. And I was like, holy shit, bro, I need a break. Can we get an intermission? I need to catch my breath or something, man, because this shit was stressed. It's the same director. Same director, different project. As far as I know, Same director of photography. Same person. He works with the same people mostly all the time. So you tell me how this one looked like shit and the rest of them looked awesome to you, apparently. He's worked with the same people. These are the same folks. Yeah, Inception is up there for me. I love the hell out of Inception. I love the hell out of Memento. I don't put The Dark Knight as one of the best ones just because one of the actors died. Because, yeah, Heath Ledger did a good job as the Joker, but I told you guys before, and it's already been shown multiple times, all he did was Brandon Lee's Crow. That's all he fucking did. So I don't give a shit that he died. It don't make it one of the best movies ever. It's a good damn movie, but it ain't the best ever. And I'm a comic book fan. Whatever. Y'all hyped the wrong shit. Interstellar was one of the best movies he did. Because for most of that shit, you would think it was CG, and it wasn't. It was not. It was practical and real. He was the one who gave you the first view of what a black hole actually looks like. Actually would look like in space. You know, the visual everybody uses now. He's the one who gave you that shit. Because before that, everything was just a hole. It was just a hole in space. No, that's not how it looks. Dumb fuck. Where is it? Is it on here? It is on here. Oh, I don't have that intro on here anymore. Yeah, Interstellar was a masterpiece. I watched that in a couple of versions. I even watched, I think it was the 35 millimeter. I watched that version too. That movie was beautiful. Beautiful. And some of the scenes I thought were CG, I was actually shocked to find out were not CG at all. It's a real place. I'm like, oh my God, really? Unfucking believable, bro. How did you find that? So when they talk about how much money this movie cost to make, it wasn't because he was CG and everything. It's because they went to these goddamn locations. Scotland, Greece. They was all over the map, man. It was like a Bond movie. They was jumping continents. That's why it costs money. It costs money to fly all your people, your crew, your equipment, and all that shit. Build it, film, and then pack it up and move again. This ain't a goddamn carnival, it's a movie. That stuff cost. That's more justifiable than telling me how much money you spent making that goddamn Supergirl movie. And most of it is on fucking stages. Now, the other thing that makes me laugh about this shit, about this whole kerfluffle with the Odyssey, is about what characters had big roles and what characters didn't. Now, I had said from the beginning, I didn't give a shit about Elliot Page being in this. I also said about Lupita Nyong'o playing Helen of Troy, I didn't give a shit about either. Because my point was, on this very stream, is that she's just supposed to be beautiful compared to those people. And the only reason she could have been beautiful to those people, because she doesn't look like what they are used to seeing. So it made more sense to me that Helen could have been black. She could have been something different from what they were usually seeing. And I was fine with that. I didn't give a shit. The movie ain't about Helen. It's not about Helen. Now, if you were doing Troy, which they were comparing this movie to before it came out, they were comparing it to forever. just because they both got a horse in it, and one takes place after the Trojan War, and one is about sort of the Trojan War. Helen's in that shit too, and they always seen Helen as a white woman, then I don't give a shit about seeing her one time as a black woman. You could have made her Asian. I probably still wouldn't give a shit. That's why I don't give a fuck about all the Greek gods that do show up in this, being one white chick and one mixed chick. I don't give a fuck. You know why? Because I don't need to see them as myself to feel any connection to them. I've seen them your way a long goddamn time, dude. It's fine if it happens one time, not that way. It's not going to break anything. Trust me, the Greek pantheon still looks like all white folks. You're good. You're good. They didn't repaint it any. It's not like we went over to Greece and, I don't know, start lightening up all the pictograms and shit like that to make them look like, you know, or darkening them to make it look like Lapita and no shit like that. Or Zendaya, right? It's fine. It's good. You know, there are dark-skinned Greeks, right? You recognize that, right? So stop with the outrage. Or just make it what it is. They're not white. And you'll find out that most people don't give a shit. You'll find that out. Because most of us ain't. Or enough of us ain't. If you made the movie all white, you know what you'd be hearing, and you'd be running interference for is about every other special interest group that jumped up and complained that we got another whitewashing of a story, that there was no representation in there for anybody else. And you'd be doing the same thing, running interference like, shut the fuck up. I don't give a shit. You would. Yeah. The white culture must be saved. Save yourself. The same way I bitch at black folks about worried about getting their representation in other folks' movies, make your own goddamn movies. Make your movies. This is the same reason that they hate on Sinners, even though Sinners was a great goddamn movie. Because they didn't have no real representation in it, except for the vampire. They wanted to see themselves reflected. And the reflection of themselves they saw wasn't a good one. So they didn't like it. But they love Project Hail Mary. Why? The only black dude was an aide, Secret Service dude. Everything else was a rock and a white boy. A white boy and his rock out in space. Okay. It was a great movie. They were hyping that shit up because they were hoping it would pass Sinners. And apparently I haven't seen the note that it has. Obsession caught up and they low-key tried to hype that a little bit. But whatever. Don't matter. It's already made its money. That movie making money don't take away the money that Sinners made. And it don't make it a better movie than Sinners. It was a great movie. It wasn't better than Sinners, though. Assholes. Look, I understand people like to speak to their base or what has become their base. I understand that. You got to say certain things that might not really be in your heart to say because you know who you're talking to. And I've never seen such mealy-mouthed motherfuckers on the internet than a content creator trying to not lose his subs because he know they wouldn't like his take if he sided with that shit, said he liked it. I've never seen so much really twisting and contorting, trying to mold themselves into a different frame because they don't want to lose the people. They sound really afraid. They sound really afraid, especially the ones who are overly on Twitter or Reddit. Y'all like you running fear of the motherfuckers, of pissing them off. You fine with pissing off some people, but those ones that became your base that really bump your channels and shit like that, you act like you afraid of them motherfuckers. You know, the mob. Like they gonna find your house and show up on the porch or something. You playing with the bear is what you're doing. And trying to feed it just enough so it don't eat your ass. Let's not piss it off. Let's not piss it off because you know you can't alienate the base. Yeah, her blackness does make her exotic. I said that. I heard somebody repeat it. But you know, since I'm not a big YouTuber, I can say that and it'll sound like bullshit. But I know what I record. I know what I say on my show. And I know what I just heard come out this motherfucker's mouth after he's seen the movie, after he's done his second review of the movie that he watched twice but hated. And why'd you watch it twice? I couldn't hear that from you on your out the theater reaction. Why? Because you hadn't formulated it with the conference yet. You hadn't talked to the brain trust and got the consensus on how y'all was going to uniformly pivot to not lose the base but still shit on the movie. I saw somebody I ain't even seen making videos in a while pop out there talking about how terrible the shit was. It was trash. It was trash. It was trash. I listened to 20 minutes of that shit and I'm like, tell me something about the movie that was trash. And they had nothing. Nothing from saying they read the book. Nothing I hadn't heard 5 other people say the same points, the exact same points, and nothing about why it was trash. But you out there to push the cash machine on a review. And the money making reaction is to say you hated it. Okay, go take care of your kids. What am I supposed to say? Integrity check, man. It's all about what you need to do. The great white hype, hope, love, and desperation will always bring controversy and insecurities. I agree. What I've disliked since I'm old enough, and for those playing at home, what am I going to be, 54 this year? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm remembering that correctly. I'm getting older. I'm like 53 years old. I look young. I'm not young. Like I've always said, if you want to know how old a man is, look him in his eyes. You'll see. I'm 53 years old. I pay attention to culture. I've watched some of this stuff come in. I've watched it be created. I've watched it go out. I've watched it get torn down and ruined. And one of the ruinings of our generation is this overly critical culture who rewards people for baseless complaints, who gives attention to people who run around screaming, the house is burning, the house is burning, because they said it, to crying ass, baby ass motherfuckers who just like to complain. You can get a lot of notoriety for that. And I think it was a bad pivot in our culture where the people who complain the loudest get the most attention. Now, if I have to be critical of the shit, criticism is good when it's based on something, when it's based on something substantive of the material. But if the criticism is based on just what you saw, just what you assume, just what you don't like, then why the fuck do I need to care? I don't give a shit that you don't like Christopher Nolan. Thanks for telling me, but I could have got that from your criticism. I can accept that you don't like The Rock. I don't know why. I don't know what he's did to you, but okay, whatever the fuck. But when you've actually made a very staunch and firm position that this was going to be shit, and it comes out and it's not actually working like shit, to see you have to turn around and try to spin that is funny as hell to me. This is the reason why people don't like politicians. We're spin doctors. Because this is what you do. You take anything to try to turn it to a negative, especially when it doesn't play to your narrative. It has to be a negative because you're married to that outcome. There can be nothing positive about this movie if you've made a strong position from watching the trailer that it was going to be woke shit. It's not woke. You know what was fucked up to me? Beyond Lupita, because Lupita is all right, but I don't think Lupita is fine. I don't. Lupita has two noticeable assets on her. Assets, not accomplishments, because she is an accomplished author now. You know that robot movie y'all love so fucking much? Yeah, that was her. That was her story. So give her fucking respect. Not being the most beautiful? No, she's not. She's not. But what I felt was the travesty in that shit, in a Christopher Nolan movie, was the fact that, yeah, you had her in there as Helena Troy and her sister would sound a name that sounds like chlamydia. But what you did to her in two fronts was kind of fucked up. You played into some tropes that I don't like. Because one, you disfigured her. So yeah, she was Helena Troy. And she went back with Menelaus. Punisher. But what did he do to her? He marred her fucking face. He scarred her face. I'm like, oh, damn, that's fucked up. And as soon as I saw that in the theater, I said, oh, I bet these white boys is happy that she's not a white woman now. Right? Because that would have been an affront to you if you had some beautiful white woman in that role playing Helena Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships, and you saw he mangled her fucking ass. Oh, maybe 500 now. And made light of it. Oh, yeah, he punished her, Hitflix. Good one. Good one. Yeah, he punished her for that bullshit. Started a whole war, still took her ass back, and then punished her by mangling her fucking face. And his brother, married to her twin sister, threw a mixed baby into the ocean as a sacrifice for the gods. And she got to come back. He got to come home after the Trojan War and get his ass killed by her. You know, she killed Zaddy with her lover because she was mad because he killed their baby. I bet she was glad it wasn't a white woman then, wasn't she? That's why they didn't have shit to say about Lupita after that. Oh, well, she wasn't really in it for that long. She was only in it for like 5 minutes. Because you saw how the role got degraded. Did you hear any of them talking about that? Did you hear any of them complaining about, well, that's not the way it was in the book? Did you? I haven't even got to that part in the book, and I bet money it's not even in there. I bet money it's not even in there. And that's why they didn't bring that up as anything to complain about. They was happily just writing off Lupita. Oh, she wasn't in that long. It's fine. Don't ask no more questions. Because to me, that would have been something really epic to have come out of people who read the book. To say why it didn't matter that Helen of Troy was black in the shit anyway, because all she's going to do is kill Agamemnon and she's going to be out of there. Don't even matter. But that's not what you heard from the motherfuckers, which means they never read the shit. And giving you all this fluff and bullshit about how it's not accurate and they didn't use real Greeks and all the rest of that shit. Like, oh God, for all these Hollywood movies ever, they always use real Greeks. They always use real Egyptians. They didn't even use real Asians back in the day. Shut the fuck up. Well, it's not epic like Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of fucking Arabia? Are you fucking serious? Shut up, man. Shut up. They're fucking movies. What are words? Yeah. Yeah, Dad said Agamemnon, one of the baddest ass names in Greek mythos. You don't think it would have bubbled to the surface at all? That they said, yeah, they showed Agamemnon get killed by Helen's sister? Menelaus is known too, especially to the people who watched the Troy movie that they were comparing this one to before it ever came out. You don't think they would have remembered that Menelaus scarred this woman's fucking face? No? Huh. Interesting. I thought that was an insult to it being a black woman. To me, watching the movie, I thought it was an insult for it to be a black woman. I thought it was an insult to have one of the worst suitors. One of the worst. He did the most despicable shit throughout the whole movie consistently. To be a black dude. I thought that was despicable. He could have been one of the other countless suitors that was there. But he was a black dude. And when they started getting killed, when them suitors started getting killed, he was the first one. And that's why I pointed out to Dr. T and BGS about, it was a great movie. I even cheered for a brother getting killed. Because that character was so fucking despicable, I wanted his ass to die. It didn't matter if he was black. It just hits different when it's black because I'm like, I don't need to see the worst fucking suitor there being a black dude. I didn't need to see that. It could have just been Robert Pattinson and his other white boyfriend. But no, the worst one was the only black dude in the room. Okay. You didn't hear anybody complaining about that, did you? Because they fine with that shit. It would take somebody black to complain about that. Because that's the role we always get cast in. Being a reprehensible Negro in the room. And wanting you to cheer when he gets killed. So yeah, I guess it was woke. It wasn't, but it was standard affair in some ways. I thought it said a lot. Travis Scott was barely in the damn movie. And the part that he was in the movie, if nobody would have told me he was in the movie, I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have even known. And it wouldn't have mattered. Because at least for the part of the book I read, there is a bard there in the beginning. Oh, is Travis Scott a rapper? Who gives a shit? Who the fuck gives a fuck? He not overpowering the whole movie. He there being the bard doing some spoken word. No shit. Oh, that was a good casting. Who cares? Who cares? It don't take away from nothing. Oh, but it would have been better if it was an actual Greek person, right? For what? You mean to tell me they went all the way to Greece to film this goddamn movie and no Greek people was hired? There ain't nobody in Greece that made any money off of this shit? Shut the hell up. Really? Yeah, 15 seconds maybe total in the whole goddamn movie. And them motherfuckers was bitching about this shit before the movie even dropped. Oh my God, they even had Travis Scott in it. What about that shit at Astro World, Negro? Man, shut up. What does one thing have to do with the other? And he in the shit for 15 seconds. You see him in the beginning. You see him in a flashback close to the end. And all he doing is banging on the table talking, which is the same thing that happened in the book. The bard was there. So we got to see the bard. Who gives a fuck? It's a minor role. Beyond that, Christopher Nolan likes Travis Scott. So fuck you. He gonna put him in wherever he feel like it. I don't know why you think these movies are supposed to be made just to your taste. I just saw Star Wars Theory going over an article with George Lucas recently about Disney's problem with making Star Wars movies because you're making them for the audience. The audience is not supposed to be involved in that process. And George saying the same thing I said, there are no original ideas in Hollywood. Shout out to her. George Lucas heard you. You are of the same accord with George Lucas. There are no original ideas in Hollywood. We've been saying that shit for years. Yeah, there aren't. And he would know. That's why he was never really a part of Hollywood. The director, the screenwriter makes their movie. Not what you in mind necessarily. They would like the audience to like it, but they have to hold to their concept, their idea, what they're bringing forth. Now, for me, for Christopher Nolan, I thought it was risky to go back to doing someone else's original work. I thought it was risky because you open yourself up for a lot of extra criticism because people can actually use that to shit on you for not being 100% to that original work or any deviations you make to make the movie. Any of it. Now, as an example, David Lynch's Dune movies got smoke. It did. It got smoke when it initially came out from people who actually read the books. This is not right. They changed it. This never happened. Whatever the fuck. Studio decided they wanted to change some stuff. It is what it is. The generations that grew up after that, who that was the only Dune movie they knew, thought it was great. Until Denis Villeneuve came and got more strict to what the original material was. And it worked. Still had some problems, but it worked a lot better than David Lynch's stuff. You have to just make the project what you're trying to do and trying to hold to the concept. You cannot be thinking about the audience overly in that process. You have to make it and put it out there, hope they like it, or you get some decent feedback on what didn't work. That's it. I don't agree personally with having a bunch of goddamn focus groups for what you're making. Why? In this generation of fucking leakers, people who can't hold water in a thimble, waiting to cash in on telling you something about production. This was the script. This was what they were thinking in the room, what they were crafting the ideas. The people who get paid off of all that shit. I don't like that. Just make your goddamn movie. Advertise it a little bit well. I'll go and see it. And then I'll sit down and have my experience and decide from there if I like it or don't like it. I don't need the spoils. I don't need the leaks. I don't need the script drops. I don't need to know what they were thinking before they even thought it, before it even made it to the screen. This was one of their drafts, and look what happened here. Oh my God. I never watched this shit blah, 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 for another month and a half. To find out it never made the movie. That's why you got it. It was some shit they threw away. You don't sit down to write something like this thinking I got to make this just for the audience. You sit down to write something like this to get your vision out. And then when you put it out, you hope the audience likes it. Or at the very least, like I tell Herb all the time, it will live out there and it will find its audience. Its audience will find it. Because it's not for everybody. You can make no real creative work by consensus. That's called programming or propaganda. Hell no. Ain't nobody stopping Greeks from making no movies. If you want to see a more accurate Greek-made fucking Odyssey, let the Greeks do it. They got a movie industry, don't they? They live in the same centuries we are, right? I think it's a kind of a hearty fuck you to some Greeks because they don't necessarily like black Greeks, them darker ones, the ones, from the southern parts. They don't necessarily like them. And then the black tourist that was going over there to Greece a little while ago was getting some shit from people. Getting beat up in bars because they talked to a white chick. Fuck them. I think it's like a fuck you to put black folks in a movie that's supposed to be having some Greeks in it. Fuck you on that shit. Because that's actual racism. Yeah, 100. Nigel, if I was making a comic book, if I'm writing a story right here online for y'all, and I got the chat rolling, and I'm writing this story, and I keep seeing in the chat, Toya in there, got to make her look cute. I'm writing about a woman, and you see what I'm writing about a woman. It's like, oh, she's not, you got to make her look cute. You got to flesh this out more about what she looks like. Does she look like this? Does she look like that? It's changing my creative process. It's not my vision anymore. I'm listening to all of you motherfuckers. Trying to give you what you want. Base. How do I get my own creative vision out? And then say, see, do you like this or do you not? Because I can tell you this, if you're just being the creator, it's not that damn important if other people like it. It's important that you like it. You feel what's happening and you put it out. You hope that they like it, but your commitment to it is not based on somebody else liking it. Your commitment to it is getting your thoughts and your ideas out. and hoping, I would think, it finds its audience. The people who do get it and really do like, oh shit, Tenet was an awesome movie, man. That was awesome. I didn't like that shit. That was stupid. Anyway, man, I thought, how does that time thing work exactly? How does that work? Yeah, Akuteki, film by committee. That's what, every time I hear about them doing multiple screenings for this shit in focus groups, that's what I think of. Film by committee. It can't be that damn good. You know why? It screened it too many goddamn times. Too many people had input on the movie before it was finished. Finish the fucking movie and put it out in the theater. That's the only screener you should actually give a fuck about. But because the film companies know they are in such a hypercritical culture right now, and especially when they're doing geek properties, since you don't want to go back to the shitty geek movies that was made in the 80s, well, we got to get a focus group and we got to get some screeners in here to watch this and see what they think of it, because, you know, social media is a big thing now. Their opinions matter. They're in touch with the people. If you try to make it for everybody, it will reach nobody. Mass marketed, common victory movie gruel. No flavor, no spice, nothing nice. That's why there are some writers who refuse to be edited. Tolkien was renowned for his scorn against editors who tried to edit his books. Yeah, it's a fucking insult. Don't edit my book. Check for misspellings and grammatical errors that I might have missed. Otherwise, don't change my words. Don't do that. It is the way I made it, the way I wanted it to be. If you could have written one of these, you would have did that. So do your fucking job. Check my punctuation. Otherwise, nowadays, you can just self-publish and say, fuck you altogether. I can have my female friend read this shit over and critique it. So, for me, do I think the criticism of the Odyssey is unfair? No, you got a right to criticize shit that you don't like. But I don't like the baseless criticism. I don't like the disingenuous criticism. The movie was good. It was a good movie. I felt good leaving the movie. Did I feel as good as I felt leaving Project Hail Mary? No, because it's not the same ending as Project Hail Mary. It's not even the same fucking movie. Project Hail Mary, you felt good because Dr. Grace saved the human race. He saved the human race. And not only did he save the human race, he saved his friend, his alien friend. And on top of that, he became an alien on that alien's homeworld, doing what he actually loved doing, which was teaching kids. And he's teaching the kids of this alien world. He's getting to do the same thing. So he ended the movie as he started the movie, where he was the most comfortable and had the most fun, in front of kids, being that great teacher. It was in a more hopeful place. It felt good, yes. Nobody really had to lose. He didn't lose his friend. He didn't lose humanity. And he's off on another adventure in a new world. Fine. No cost. The Odyssey played different. I felt good. A son got to meet his father that he hadn't known. He got to learn about his father through the experience of others who had worked with his father. He got to learn the greatness of his father through these other people's stories. You can shit on the scene with Menelaus talking to Telemachus the whole time and say, oh, I just saw the Punisher and Spider-Man. Well, that's your fucking problem. But what I understand is happening in the common tongue is a warrior, the brother of a king, talking to one of the greatest people he knew about their father because he recognized him like, no, you Odysseus's boy. Let me tell you about your father. Knowing this boy has never met his father. Can't even conjure an image in his mind of what his father looked like because his father has been away to war for so long. And he's telling him about how awesome his daddy was. Who fucking does that? Even in modern media, who does that? Who sings the praises of a father to a son in modern media? No, they tell you to fucking hate him. To hate him. Who rewards in modern media a wife's loyalty to her husband who has been absent for damn near 20 years? Who does that? Who shows that love endures? She stays loyal. She stays down. She believes he's coming back. She not laying up on some used to be prostitute bitch kissing her, talking about, oh, Damien was so terrible. Who does that? No. She pines for him. She holds loyal to him. She holds down her son. She keeps all others away. Oh, here we go again. He out with another. It was a terrible movie. Why? Money. Hit the cash machine again. Hit the cash machine again. Holds him down, keeps all others away, and believes my husband is coming back. Your father was a great man. He's coming back. Who does that nowadays? Who? Who shows that on the screen? Point it out. Black, white, Asian, whoever. Who? Don't make me sound like the Woods of the Owl up in this bitch. Who? And whose husband does come back, sees all these potential suitors, these pretenders to the crown, disrespect his house, his family, his name, gathers them all in the room, lets them try to win this woman's hand honorably, can't fucking do it. How disrespectful they are to him when they don't know who he is. And then when he reveals himself to be the one true, sits there and dispatches all of them. And the only ones that didn't catch an arrow or a sword, this man who has been to war for 20 years, and you soft bitches sat here at home for 20 years, eating my food, drinking my wine, waiting to fuck my woman, disrespecting my son, plotting to kill him. You think you breathe another day after this? Or you can stand up to me. That shit was righteous, bro. That was righteous. I love seeing that scene. Loved it. The ending of that left me with more, yes, he got exactly what he needed. He did what needed to get done. And his son now sits on the throne, free and clear of any of this bullshit that was there before he got there. Right on, man. Ride off with your woman into the sunset. Go west, young man. Good journey to you. I felt just as good. Just as good. And it looked the same way it did when Frodo and Gandalf the White got on their fucking ship and sailed off into the sunset too. Just as good. Felt just as good. Justified. Earned. Yeah. Good journey to you. Thank you. But no, these motherfuckers will tell you, the movie sucked. How did that suck? How did that suck? Because if that sucked, you're saying Homer's work sucked. Because if that was the ending in the book, you're saying that sucked. $3,000-year-old story, all of a sudden it sucked because somebody put it in live action for you. And you don't like the director now. Shut the hell up. Get a real critique. Where's the display of real, honest, respectful love between a man and a woman in modern media? I've only seen it in Thinners with Smoke and Stack and their women. Exactly. That was the last movie you could, in the last 2 years, name a movie that you've seen where a woman was as down for the dude that she loved. Show it to me. Because as much as they praise in Project Hail Mary, it wasn't in that, was it? He didn't even have a love story. He had nothing but his love for Rocky. He was just jerking it, nigga. The only other movie you could think of that made a bunch of money is Obsession. And I ain't seen no One Witch Willows in this shit. So we know it was earned in some kind of way. She loved him for a reason. Probably because she didn't have social media or there was no Tinder back in those days. All the people that wanted to fuck her was from that town, and they were sitting outside in the lobby waiting for her to decide. Which you would know, given the situation, all of them were fucking lesser men. Because even with a lottery system, the motherfuckers didn't go off to war, did they? So them was all the weak bitches that hung back. Couldn't have chose none of them. No, hell no. Couldn't even string a bow. Weak sauce, bro. Weak sauce. Weak fucking sauce. I felt good leaving the movie. I did. I felt happy for what I saw that had happened. The evil people were punished. And they were paid for it for their misdeeds in blood. Watching that scene with Odysseus at the end, I hope it's in the book. I hope that is pulled straight from the fucking book. Because that was as good to me as watching Kill Bill and seeing the bride get her revenge on them crazy 88. Cut them down, man. Get them. Get all the motherfuckers. And the only ones that didn't get got was the one they did like Daenerys was saying, bend the knee. They dropped low and got on their knees like, my king. Yeah, you don't have to get hit then. That is a good way to let us know who on board and who about to go away. They bent the knee and stayed down. Like, I'm not attacking. I ain't doing shit, man. I'm holding around. My knee is bent. I recognize him. I don't remember what I've seen work the last time in Blazing Saddles. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen Blazing Saddles in a while. I need to do a OG review of that because I haven't watched Blazing Saddles in a while. I do fuck with some white women. It is what it is. So I didn't think it was a bad movie. I didn't. I didn't think it was dark and muddled. I can't. I don't see how that actually works when most of the scenes were outside. So how does it look ugly and dark when most of the scenes happen outside? Especially everywhere Odysseus went was outside. It was out in the world. Lit by God. If you're talking about the stuff at sea on the ship, it's supposed to be dark. Because in those times, when you out on the open ocean with only a light, a candle, a little fire to light up the way, you don't see mostly shit. It's just dark, bruh. If you in somebody's little hovel being lit by some candles, it's dark. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. If you're sneaking out of a wooden fucking horse in the dead of night inside of this castle that's only lit by torches and shit, is it supposed to be brightly lit? Or should it be dark? Where there's shadows to play with. This is why I say these critiques don't make no goddamn sense, dude. What are you talking about? What exactly are you fucking talking about? Be specific. Because that shit made sense to me. Yeah, they light shit with torches. So they ain't gonna be bathed in the light all over the place. If you're going for realism. No, it should have been brighter or brightly colored. Ain't that the shit you was complaining about with the superhero movies? No. It's not Technicolor, motherfucker. This is not the 50s or the 60s where we just oversaturate the colors to make them pop off the page. Where they're still making movies on fucking sets. No. That's the way they want to represent it for you. That's not what the fuck it was. No. These motherfuckers are mostly coming from warfare. Who has been wearing the same armor for damn near 20 years in warfare at sea, in battles, has that shit looking pristine and shiny and bright colored. Through the sea, through the dirt, through the woods, through the hill and caves and stuff like that, your armor is supposed to be bright and sunny looking. From the realism director. Mm-hmm. No. 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 That's not gonna be it. That's not gonna be the move, bro. The black male who doesn't die in a mostly YT movie and is a masculine hero. Yeah. Nah, I got it too, Trev. Thanks. because I haven't heard any of them mention that. They probably didn't. These motherfuckers ran back to '97 and Armand DeSantis Odyssey television live action. I'm like, I barely remember that shit. I was like, damn, wasn't that shit? I guess I got to go back and watch that now to see how faithful it was. Maybe I'll do it after I finish reading the damn book. But they wasn't bringing that shit up before the movie came out. I wonder why. Because somebody who had saw that shit didn't mention it. Timely. Now the experts. Which means that they probably haven't seen the shit either. That's why it didn't come up before. Okay. Now, what's my other thing? Zendaya. Their other complaint. Told y'all before, I don't have any love or hate for Zendaya. Zendaya is from the Bay Area. Zendaya went to the school right over the hill from my daughter. And my daughter looks a bit like Zendaya, which means that if my daughter would have went to the same audition that Zendaya did, my daughter would have won and Zendaya wouldn't have. Flat out. And my daughter has more of a womanly body. Flat out. Now, are there no brown-skinned Greeks in the world at large? There are. Little be known to some of you motherfuckers, Greek women love some chocolate men. They do. Let it be known to some of your PhDs will tell you that there's a lot of black folks, or should I say melanated people, because black is an American creation. There's a lot of melanated folks running around that area around those times. Do your fucking history. So do I have a problem with Zendaya playing the Greek god Athena? Well, here's a question for you, because I was thinking about this in my own way. In reading the book, Athena never really shows up as herself. She shows up in a human body, looking like a human. Okay. Because the god is not representative of how they are. They show up in human form. And the human form don't look like them. Does it? This is why Telemachus always said you have the eyes of Athena. Because you have to know what the god is by looking them in the eyes. You can tell. If you're looking at them in the eyes. It's not about their visage, the visage. You got to look them in the eyes. Then you can tell. Now, it's not even an issue. My thing in the movie is that because I got to the end of the movie and saw what happened, I don't see Zendaya as Athena. I see Zendaya as the face Athena uses to talk to Odysseus. Because you see in the movie that the actual character Zendaya is playing is one of them citizens of Troy who had her fucking head cut off in front of Odysseus. So for me, it makes sense why he keeps seeing her face. Because that was one of the most unnecessary fucking kills that they did. And he saw it when he's thinking about the horrors that they did in war, which happens in war. He's seeing this innocent woman's face. And that's the face Athena uses when she talks to him. Because for me, I'm seeing it as a soldier having PTSD of what he has seen, and he's still seeing the faces of this innocent victim. He's still seeing that face. So yes, Athena is talking to him, but I'm seeing it not as, well, Zendaya is Athena. No, Athena is talking through this shade. The visage of this dead female that he remembers. That is burned into his fucking psyche. He cannot see this person. That's why when he goes to Hades and all his other troops and crewmates and shit start showing up, it's like, oh, fuck. You're responsible for all of this. I'm like, damn, not really. I mean, bro, he didn't start the war. He didn't send all y'all there. That's Agamemnon's fault. Like, oh shit, here's Agamemnon. Hey, bro, talk to your homeboys. You sent all these people to war over one chick. Pseudo, the propaganda was one chick. It was because he wanted to break the motherfuckers. But, trade routes and shit. Money. But, the woman gave you carte blanche to get in there and get at him. Even he ended up dead. That was trauma-inducing. That would have been horrific. But that's what I saw that. The reason why Odysseus kept seeing Zendaya, because that was the last person that got killed. That was the last person he saw killed. Outside of his men and his shipmates that he was trying to get back to Ithaca. But some of that was their own dumb fucking... Some of that was some of their own dumb fucking luck. You have the ability to fight, think. How does this happen? It's your fucking fault, dude. Like, I can't take all of that off. Savage scene. It was savage, man, because everybody, this is the thing. And here's the comparison, right? When they compare the Odyssey to Troy, you don't think about, in Troy, when Troy's getting sacked, you don't think about all the innocent civilians that lived in that bitch getting killed. You don't. You don't really think about it because Troy is the story of Achilles from start to finish. It's just Achilles' story. Troy is just the backdrop of where all this shit happens. The story is about Achilles. Fine. In the Odyssey, you see what it means for them to break into this city in the dead of night and then open them gates. Agamemnon wanted Troy. And all the rest of these motherfuckers inside of Troy, soldiers, civilians alike, got the blade, bruh. They got the bronze. They was all getting cut down. That is a horror. To be there in the midst of a horror like that and know that you made it possible by using Zeus's kindness as a ploy to get past their gates is wrong. It is a travesty. It should bother you. It should sit with you. And seeing some innocent chick get beheaded would stick with you if you had a heart. If you didn't feel that in the movie, blame Nolan that he didn't have his brother writing that with him. Because then you would have felt it. If Jonathan had wrote it, you'd feel that shit. You would automatically understand is every time that he's seeing Zendaya, oh shit, he's seeing that girl that got killed. He's seeing that. He's haunted by the ghost of this innocent person who got killed. This shade is walking there with him. Zeus's law. Thank you. I said Zeus's kindness. It's Zeus's law. He used that shit, religion, to get through the gates and sack their ass. Isn't that not what modern culture is doing nowadays with your children? They using your kindness to get through the gates and destroy your whole family, the husband, the mother, the child. Ain't that what they doing with actual woke shit? So I don't have a problem either way with Zendaya being Athena or not being Athena. But what I see her as after watching the movie is I see her as the ghost of that innocent that was killed, and Athena talking through her the whole time. If not that, it's still just the ghost driving him on. So what are you going to do now? Because she has no real malice towards him. And for my money, she never really gave him any real direction like it was a god. She's just there watching. And at the point to the end of the movie where he's sitting down behind the screen talking to his wife and owning up to what he did, that they were the people from the sea, and telling his wife what he did, that's why he's seeing her fucking ghost sitting there, mournful, looking at him. I don't see that as a god sitting there watching him do that shit. I see that as that shade, that ghost, that innocent watching him own up to how she was killed. Watching him own that. Yeah, Pride. That was some damn good writing. That ghost followed him till he owned up to that shit. Followed him till he owned up to it. What did you do? What have you done? And admitting it to his wife, man, this is what I did. We were barbaric. We were savage. You've heard those stories, haven't you? Yeah, we are. This is what we've done. On my way, all the way back here. This is what we've done. Damn, you are the people from the sea. Yes, we are those people. I brought this. If Jonathan would have wrote that, it would have been weighty. You would have left that fucking theater feeling dirty. You would have left that theater feeling dirty. Like, bro, like he brought the darkness. Yeah, that's accountability like a motherfucker. He had to admit it to somebody. Why not his wife? Who else, as a man who has somebody who's that loyal to you and you that loyal to them, who else do you tell shit like that to? Baby, I finally made it back to you. How was it? Did you survive? Survived. How did you survive? We killed a lot of people. Not just the men, but the women and the children. See any parallels here? That was Anakin admitting to Padme that he killed all them fucking sand people and hated them. The only difference is Odysseus didn't hate them people. He was trying to give the rest of them Greeks a win to get this goddamn war over with. On the beach for 7 years? On a beach for 7 years. No headway. They just there. That make Normandy sound like a mercy. Fuck you. All them people that died wasn't his fault. That was Agamemnon's fault. General Odysseus is only responsible for his men. Yeah, damn near a 10-year war. Oh, hell no, bro. No, we got to get this shit over with. Look, how we going to wrap this up, man? We need to wrap this up. My kid getting grown, my wife coochie getting cold. We got to wrap this up. How we going to wrap this up, man? Somebody come up with a plan to wrap this shit up. And who's to say, if you want to be critical about it, who's to say the idea he came up with wasn't given to him by the gods? Who's to say that? Because you know gods don't really care about mortals like that, right? You know that, right? Like, I can see that shit happening in a very Shimigami kind of way. Like, we fucking bored up here. Y'all ain't been doing shit for 10 years. Just sitting down here like, man, I'm on the clock. Y'all wasting my immortal time. So tell you what, you get an idea how to wrap this shit up and let's see it happen. Is that no different than Riku dropping his death note down there? Like, oh, I just happened to lose my book. And like Yagami just having a good time writing in the death note? He was bored. Riku was bored. So he started some shit so he had some entertainment. What you know about Greek gods is they get bored. Heaven is boring, folks. Even if you a god, it's boring. The only fun they have is coming down and fucking with the mortals. So Odysseus may have had the idea out of all them people that was there. He was the only one who had the idea. Then, in my mind, it tells me one of them gods gave him that damn idea. You know, you could subvert Zeus's law. What? Yeah, you beguile them, be clever. Come on, man. Who would have done some shit like that? I don't know, maybe Zeus's wife. She was known for doing some shady shit behind his back because she didn't like that Zeus went and fucked around with mortals. She didn't like that shit. You know, his sister wife, she didn't like that shit. She'd try to fuck him over all the time. Come on, man. Y'all know your mythology, don't you? Somebody gave him that idea. And you say, yeah, gods do love to play with. Gods love playing with mortals. That's their pastime. Especially Greek gods. They don't give a fuck about you like that. They will pick one of you to be special to them and then put you in a situation where you got to deal with all the rest of your brethren. Come on, man. line up the tea leaves. Gods always mess with humans for amusement, especially the Greek gods. That's why it's always like a Greek tragedy. Why is it a tragedy? Because they did some dirty shit to these motherfuckers. Always have been. I don't give a fuck about them killing themselves, man. As long as you pray to me, I don't care. In the movie that they love, that these reviewers love, Troy, what was the sacrilege that Achilles did? What was it? He went to Apollo's temple and did some dirty shit, right? Slayed his priest and shit like that in Apollo's temple, right? Okay. So who was Achilles blessed by? Right? Because Achilles was kind of like a demigod, right? Who's the god that endorsed Achilles? Where he got his power from? Who? Which one? Yeah, too true. Hera was a dirty bitch. Yeah, Hera was good for trying to fuck Zeus over. Good for it. On the sly. It wasn't dragging Hector's body. Hector fell in combat. It's just the way it was. The other guy got mad at him. Apollo got mad at him because he went in there and desecrated Apollo's temple and killed his worshipers. Well, you know how that worship shit work, right? The more worshipers you have, the more powerful the god is, right? That's why Zeus sit at the top. So who was Achilles blessed by? He had powers like a god, right? Somewhat. So who was his daddy? Yeah, playing with the guys play with mortals like James Gunn play with his characters. Or excuse me, not James Gunn. Dave Filoni plays with his toys on screen. Stole the priestess and cut off the head and killed the priest. Yes, that was the sacrilege that Achilles did. It wasn't killing them damn mortals. It wasn't killing Hector. Nobody gave a fuck about that. Hector fell in battle. It is what it is, bro. Achilles was blessed by a god. That's why he had the strength and the powers that he did. But he went in there and defiled another god's temple. And obviously it wasn't Apollo. So what god was Achilles blessed by? Whose son was he? Who made him? That's gods fucking with other gods. You saw it in this movie, right? In the Odyssey movie, they go to this one isle. And this is where Apollo has his animals, right? You're not supposed to kill any animals on this island. Well, Odysseus's men is hungry as fuck. They don't tell you how much time it's been, but from what they took from the last place they were, they had like 3 weeks worth of rations or something, right? I think that was the right time. Well, they got hungry. And while their minds and their hearts promise, their stomach told them something else, bruh. There's too much live meat walking around here that can be eaten. Let's make a fire and let's get the barbecue going. They were starving. Well, they got punished for that shit. Who punished them? Zeus and Poseidon. Two other gods. Poseidon hit them with the waves. Zeus gave him a storm and lightning bolts. He was pissed. You fucking killed the animals. They got punished for being put in a situation they killed the guy out of anyway. They was gonna die either way. Empty bellies or full bellies, they was gonna die. It didn't matter. But they did it shit to him anyway. Like, God dang, dude. That's so messed up. It's messed up. Gods do shit like that. Achilles' mother was a sea nymph, a lesser god. Forget, but his mother was a goddess and his father was a human. It's a lesser god. A sea nymph is a lesser god. It comes out of Poseidon, some of his children, right? Mermaiden, yeah. Merman didn't sound like merman to me, so I would agree it was probably Poseidon. You know, the one who gave them favorable winds and currents to go to that isle with animals that they couldn't kill, even though they knew they were starving. And mind you, some of these people tapped in with the guys already knew this shit was going to happen anyway. So it was kind of predestined. The motherfuckers were going to die regardless. They were going to die regardless. But the guys sat there and watched that shit happen, put them in a situation for that shit to happen, and then punished them accordingly. Because guys like fucking with mortals. They just do. At least, let's put it this way, at least the Greek gods like fucking with and fucking over mortals. They just do. That's how they entertain themselves. Excuse me. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm out of coffee. Should get some more coffee. So, I forgot where I was, but that part of the movie, I don't give a fuck about. The movie was still good. The movie was still good. It had high points. It had low points. It had some horrific points too. That just that scene with Cersei, and this is just me knowing mythology or Greek mythology. When they start dropping names of these people in there, it's like that's Callisto. Say, oh, that's the bad. You shouldn't be there, bro. Not having even finished the story. But as soon as she said she was Callisto, I said, oh, that's a problem. You got the damn lilies? Don't eat those. Don't eat those. Problems. When they got to that aisle, and them animals is on that aisle, and they're fierce animals, but none of them are attacking. Just looking at you like, the fuck is going? This is something wrong here. There's something way, way wrong here. Way wrong here. They got up there to Cersei, and she started feeding them, and they couldn't stop eating. It reminded me of Spirited Away. That's what I started thinking of. In Spirited Away, was it Sin? Her family goes through this portal and ends up in another world. It's a Miyazaki movie, if y'all don't know that. And then the family sits down and start eating, and they turn into fucking pigs. They can't stop eating. That was rough as an animation. As an anime, it was rough. Like, oh my God, that has to be terrifying. This shit done in live action was worse. Like, oh, this is horrific. I can't tell if they're eating or the shit is forcing itself down their throat. It looked like they was getting tentacle raped. For lack of a better word, that's what it looked like. That a bunch of men are sitting around the table eating this stew and just getting tentacle raped in their mouth. Like, whoa, what the hell? By the time Cersei come in and start rubbing and petting them and pulling and stretching them, like, oh, bro, that was rough. That was rough. That was more horror than Obsession. Yeesh. Yeah, Pride of the Lion. A docile lion and jaguar is never a good sign. No, that should be the first indication. Something ain't right. They ain't caged in and they ain't pouncing on you. Something is not right up here, man. Oh, leave your armor and weapons outside. No, absolutely not. I'm not leaving shit outside. I need something to stick you with because I don't know what the hell is going on here, and I'm not eating anything. Hungry or not. Some good lion meat out there. Where your fruit? Just give me an apple or a pear or some shit. I'm good. And the Hades scene was crazy too. The Hades scene I actually really liked. I even liked the way it was shot, which they could say it was ugly and you couldn't see anything. It's dark. It's giving you a depiction of Hades, which is not the traditional Christian view of what hell looks like. Lakes of fire, burning, shit all bright and shit all over the place. It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was dark. It was fucking barren. And you get out there like, man, what the hell is it? Looked like the backside of Mount Doom, goddammit. Like, what is going on here? Them things coming up out of the sand and shit. I'm like, uh-oh. What in the fuck? And they just coming up and they just lingering until you let them drink the blood of the goats that you slayed for them for the offering. Then they talk. Oh, bruh. That was. There's an old movie. There's an old Disney movie called The Fog. The original version, not the one with Tom Welling. The original Fog. And when you got into the fog, that was the kind of shit you saw. These, maladies of humanity destroyed, have desecrated, or whatever happened to them, standing in that shit. That's what made it horrifying. This scene in Hades was like the fog without the fog. They just came up out of the ground, and there they were. And they looking at you, and they talking to you, and all the myriad ways they got killed. And they don't necessarily have nothing nice to say to you. They can talk because it's just shades, but that shit was, bro. At that point, I didn't give a shit about Sinon being there and not Achilles. It's not Achilles' movie. It's Odysseus's movie. The words of Achilles being fed into this character of Sinon makes it a little bit more interesting because you know Sinon came from Ithaca with Odysseus as a boy. That's why he told him he was the bravest soldier, or excuse me, the greatest, excuse me, the bravest soldier that he'd ever seen. He's trying to pay the motherfucker a compliment, a kindness. Because even not knowing what the plan was, that little motherfucker sat on the beach and waited for them to come to say, no, this is a gift for you, Trojans, and was killed for it. That is bravery. It is. Doesn't make him the greatest, but it does make him brave because everybody else pieced out too. They followed the plan. He was the one picked to sit there on the beach, and he chose that shit. Yeah, having a whole conversation with, I didn't know who the first person was who pulled up. I thought it was Hades himself, but it was said to be some other character coming from under the sand and shit like that. I'm like, ooh, so is this whole beach full of dead bodies and stuff? Oh, bro, I hadn't seen something that disturbing since the poltergeist. Like, ooh, think about what you're walking on. And it was just there. It's eerie, it's dark. I'm like, oh. Now, given context, this gets to that modern language part. Given context, the context of that part is all them shades are there. Covered in dirt, like Pride is saying, and standing there like silhouettes. They're supposed to be shades. It kind of works. In this wide open landscape, this is where Christopher Nolan uses some of that stuff he learned in Dunkirk, how he shot it. Here, big wide open space. When Odysseus yells, let's go, yeah, it's let's fucking go time. Because the context of that situation is now he's got the information he needs. The guy that was there telling him all your men are going to die. You can't save them. And he's like, no, I'm going to save them. Like, well, we'll have something to say about that. All the rest of them dead shades start chasing him. That's who's chasing him. If you're in Hades and you've seen all these dead soldiers standing there waiting for you to have your little conversation, and then after your little conversation is gone, they're going to try to keep you there and start chasing you. The fuck do you say? I'm willing to give them a misword, a common language talk. Because my words would have been, get the fuck out of here. Let's go. I'm fine with that. I'm not overly worried about that shit. What else would he have said in context? Run? Whatever. Given the way they shot, which is they had to shoot in what, 3-minute burst with this expensive ass camera, I can see that one take. Maybe Matt Damon said, let's go. And that's what ended up making it into the movie because you can't go back and reshoot it again. That's probably the reason why, given the limitations of the camera, that they used a lot of common language instead of using the actual written word. Because we don't have time, and it gets real expensive for you to start fucking up on saying these lines. Well, we got 3-minute bursts. We got to shoot, reset, continue shooting. No, bro, make it easy for yourself. Let's just talk casually. Let's just talk casually so you can remember that shit. Yeah, you got to go. It's time to go. It is time to fucking go. So in the context of that scene, I was like, yeah, let's go. Beat feet, man. Beat. It's time to run out of hell. It is time to run out of Hades. Get on your ship, paddle. Paddle, bro. Like, give it a context. Yes. And them soldiers that was left with Odysseus, them motherfuckers got a lot of practice running. That's why they were so tired. That's why they were so tired, because they got tired of getting ran off. They might have been the people from the sea, but the ones that was there ready and waiting for their ass, chase their ass right back to them ships. Get your ass back on your boat and paddle out. Bruh, it was not an easy ride. It was not an easy ride. It was not slim pickings. Whew, that was rough. That I felt the trauma in that moment. Like, yeah, y'all gotta go, 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 go. Jesus. You ain't not much. Yeah, it's not much to say with an army of the dead chasing you. Nah, it ain't nothing else to say. Look, common language be damned. Like, it's time to go. What did you want him to say? Marines, we are leaving? Douse believe we should run? We should run. We are in peril. Shut the hell up. Get with what's happening. It's time to go. Let us go. Now, the other common language part, the common language thing was a problem in one show and one show only. And that was Starfleet Academy. That's where it came up. That was a problem because you expect smarter dialogue from people in Starfleet in a science fiction. You do. In a modern telling of a mythological fantasy story, I don't mind that so much. And there's two examples I use on this. Nobody really complains about Game of Thrones using pretty much common language. They say fucking all kind of stuff that we already know ain't of that time and ain't of that period. They never complain about it that much in House of the Dragon. They talk real goddamn common with the expletives and everything else. Whatever, man. Play it fast and loose. So you can't like those and then jump to this one and say it's a problem now. Well, somebody said fuck. I can't remember where I heard anybody in this movie say fuck. I can't. Now, a lot of these common language, these one words that you grabbing out of a whole damn near 3-hour movie of dialogue, you only grabbing the one word, the one phrase from these people. Oh, that was a problem. It took me completely out of it. Shut the hell up. You heard in the 3-hour movie, you heard somebody say fuck once, then I would credit that with it being an ad lib by the actor. And since they only shot in 3-minute bursts, we don't have time to go back and take that shit out. It's too expensive. It's fucking staying now. That's the actor's fault. Tom Holland going back and forth between father and daddy, that's an actor's fault. Probably ad-libbing a line or giving a different version with that put in there. That's why it's the one word. So that's not that big of a deal to me. It didn't take me out of it at all. It didn't. If you tell me an example of what you expected to hear in that shit, maybe I would give that more credence. But since I have not heard one of these people say what they expected it to sound like, then it's a baseless complaint to me. Because a lot of your modern shit sounds the same way. Yeah, Malika, let us flee! Let us be away! We are in peril! Shut the hell up. We must make haste. Yeah, exactly. We must disperse at once. Evacuation must be immediate. Let's go is fine. Um, so I didn't worry about that shit. I didn't worry about that part. It made it, in my view, it made about as much sense to the movie that they were making as Romeo and Juliet and them talking in the exact language from the book in a modern setting. Oh well, it's their version, their interpretation of this shit. Fine. Okay. Nothing was lost on for that. Hell no, you ain't fighting all them goddamn dead people. It's time to go. This ain't The Walking Dead, bro. This is not The Walking Dead. No, it's time to go. Get the hell out of there. You're not beating the undead. You ain't even got Aragorn here. I mean, it's time to go, man. It's time to go. Let us flee. Let us flee. They were called ugly and now they're icons. They're still ugly. Hollywood makes their icons. And they're not ugly chicks, they're just regular looking chicks. Mona Lisa is an icon too, but she ain't pretty. Icon is not synonymous with pretty. Fucking hell. Aunt Jemima is an icon. She ain't pretty at all. He is, in fact, ugly. So much so they took her off the bottle. Anyway, what's my last point on this? I made a bunch of notes on the shit, and it's mostly notes about what the naysayers were saying about this. Now, as you see, that's one note from yesterday while I was working, which is why I haven't done a review yet, because I went right from the movie Friday night home, went to sleep, woke up, and went to work. So I haven't had time to do a review, but I already had my thoughts because it was a packed house. And in a packed house, I don't pull my phone out and start taking notes. It's disturbing to people because even with the bedtime and the turn down light settings, every time you turn that phone over, it's a glow. And I was sitting kind of up front. So I wasn't trying to disturb everybody else. So I made a lot of my own mental notes. And when I left there, I wrote down some of my notes. But I didn't take them on my phone as I was sitting in the theater. The sound mix stuff. And the score. People don't like the fact that Ludwig Göransson is getting a lot of praise and a lot of work in Hollywood right now because of the fact, in my opinion, of who Ludwig Göransson is connected to, which is Ryan Coogler. Ludwig Göransson has not turned in a bad score yet, but the critics, or not even the critics, the reviewers, in a sense, don't like him because he's connected to some of the stuff that's been really successful by people that they don't like, namely Ryan Coogler. Black Panther, The Mandalorian show, Sinners, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. They don't like that he's getting this much work. They don't. I don't know why, but they don't. That's why I say it's who he's connected to. Ludwig Göransson does great music. He is almost considered damn near a genius with some of this stuff. If you were looking for somebody to replace a John Williams in a modern era, I would probably say it was him because he gets that deep into music. But because he has been on board with one of the best made movies recently, which was Sinners, and his score and his soundtrack are two of the best things out right now. They really have a disdain for him because he is really successful about working with people, not just white folks. And he is really loyal to working with Ryan Coogler because they are friends. Now, the relationship with Coogler got him connected up with Nolan, so he does Nolan movies. And I can't think, I'm not recalling, I think this is not his first Nolan movie that he scored. It's not the first one. But this one is different in a sense because the movie plays down the music a little bit more. What I know of Nolan in his movies is that music is there, it adds weight to a scene, but in this movie, something different was done because it was played down a little bit more. It's more flutes and stuff like that. You can't get into all that electronica shit in this era because that's not what was happening at that time. Now, mind you, in this year, this is his second movie score that he's done because he just did the Mando and Grogu movie where his themes and stuff like that were used. So people who hate the Mando and Grogu movie and hate Disney and hate Ryan Coogler would likely move on to hating Ludwig too, because he's getting too much work and he works with the people that they don't like. And now he's on another movie with another person that decided they don't like anymore. Nolan. So he was going to get shit. Now, the thing with Nolan movies in their score, Nolan movies are fucking loud. Okay? There was a part in this movie that was so fucking loud, I thought my eardrums were going to burst. I'm serious. Like, it was the storm. The storm was loud as shit. Most of this movie, I would say, there's not really any real music happening. And if so, it's really subdued in the background. Really like ethereal without any electronic stuff in it. More flutes and wood instruments and stuff like that. I don't have a problem with that. The fact there's no notable score in this whole movie. I don't remember one thing in this whole movie. The movie isn't about that. Now, if you compare this to Interstellar, it's not, the music and stuff like that is not played the same way. It's not. Because the music in Interstellar played up what was happening on the screen, and then you felt it boom, die off. It just stopped. It was noticeable. The music in Tenet was really good, but people don't give that a lot of credit because they was hating on the movie because concept was throwing them off. This movie, you hear music, but no, a theme does not stick with you. Well, whose story are you telling? The themes of the movie. Now, it can sound like an explanation, but I'm not considering it a bad score because nothing is sticking out to me right now. Because I can tell you, when Sinners credits was rolling, man, I was looking up buying this damn soundtrack. I was. It wasn't until I went and hung out with JT that I even heard the damn, he got a score too? Oh, I got to buy that one. He killed it on two fronts. The music in the score was so much a part of the movie that it's another aspect that made it a full sensory experience watching that movie. Because if you didn't like it for the visuals, the music in it would get you. It was centered around music. This story is not centered around music. It's there, but it's used less and it's more subdued. It's more toned down. From what I was hearing, the music didn't take over any scene really because you got so much of the sound and shit going on. So maybe Nolan went for something different than this one, is my thinking. So what? I'm not going to hate him for trying something different and not giving you the same old thing to complain about. Now you're complaining that it wasn't loud enough. Nothing stood out. Before you were complaining it was too loud and it stood out. Like, can't win with these fucking people, bro. So stop giving a fuck. I don't care. I like Ludwig Göransson music, and if you want to consider this the worst score he ever made, fine, whatever. Who gives a shit? That don't negate all the rest of the stuff that you did that was awesome. Don't mean his Mandalorian score if I heard it right now. I couldn't just bop to that in my house right now. Don't mean that at all. So you ain't taking nothing from Ludwig complaining right now. You don't win an award for this one? Oh, well. You already got him. What does it mean to win something you already won before? You went back twice? So what? He's crested that mountain already. He bowed you, okay? So it's fine. Look, if it's not his greatest one, I don't give a shit. Still got the other ones. Most music was played in the beginning. Yeah. That's Nolan, man. That's fucking Nolan. Look, you go to premium format, that IMAX format. God forbid you get one of them good Atmos theater experience or something like that. That motherfucker will blow your eardrums out. That's my only complaint. You talk about sound mixing. It's not because you couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I heard what they were saying. You can't hear it when that rest of that shit is going on. Bro, that shit is so fucking loud. I'm like, damn, Chris. Can I keep my hearing? The reason you don't hear anything because he already blew you out with the other sound. So your sense is down. You can't hear the dialogue. You're deaf. You partially deaf for half a second. I got it, man. It's intense. Don't you ever do a movie that you put in the sphere because Jesus, man, the seat's gonna rumble so much it's gonna blow somebody over the balcony. Oh my God, dude. He liked to give you the feel. That shit be loud as hell. Loud as hell. Remember that when I was watching Tenet, that was really solidified with me. It's like, this shit is real fucking loud. I told you I was only in there with about 5 to 7 people. During COVID, it's mostly empty theater. It was loud with an damn near empty theater. Like, shit, bro. You gonna rumble this damn building down? Structurally sound. That's another reason why he likes shooting in IMAX. Make you feel like you drowning with. He did, dude. That storm. When they were on that ship. And Poseidon is going at them, and Zeus is going at them. They in a storm in the dark with that ship. Bruh, I thought I was about to get hit with a lightning bolt. That shit was traumatic. Like, fuck. It sound terrible. It made it seem like that was the worst time to ever be a maritime person. The worst time. Like, these motherfuckers had to be brave. There's no way I'm getting out there on that little ass boat in the middle of that bullshit. Hell no. This looked like some stuff that you would watch right now on like Deadliest Catch. But they ain't on no metal ship. They on some wooden boat with low sides in a fucking storm with a lantern at the top. You can't see what's coming. That shit was loud, unnerving, and frightful. And by the time they shit broke apart, I was feeling it like, oh, they going down. They going down. It's over for them. It's just gonna be bodies, bro. Ugh. Oh God. It was rough. It was rough. It was horrifying. But the sound mix was putting you in that moment. You was there with them. You was there with them. The water was inches away. The water was inches away. Your watery grave was clawing at you. Like, we coming. We coming. Oh shit. It was rough. It was rough. But it was loud too. It was loud. You thought you was there for damn sure. That was the thing that was really rumbling my eardrums. For real. That was really just like, fuck, I need to bring a pair of, earplugs when I come next time. Just a little bit. Let me go down to the lesser format so I don't have to hear it that loud. You get some of that Dolby shit, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it in your soul. Feel it in your soul. So I didn't overly bitch about the sound mixing in the score, but I don't get overly critical about that. But if music really stands out to me, I actually notice it. But I don't expect that everywhere. I don't. I expect it from anime all the time. Because that's one of the pillars in anime, right? But a movie don't have a recognizable score or anything and I'm humming afterwards, I don't give a shit. What was the more important part of the movie? The more important part of the movie was the story, the visuals, the journey that he was on during the Odyssey. Fine. I guarantee you they will have a score that comes out and you'll hear it. And if you listen to it, you're like, oh, I know what scene in the movie that was. It was just played down a lot more. It wasn't real high. It was right there in the background. But that's my experience with it. What's the last part? Let's see. Let's look at my tiny writing notes. Let's see if I covered everything. Oh, this is the other one that I thought was funny. They talked about the Cyclops, and that in the story, Odysseus has a whole conversation with the Cyclops, and a lot of people said the same refrain on that shit. Like they never read the story either, but one person said it, so they kept repeating it. And that Odysseus and his men have a conversation with the Cyclops and his family. My thinking was, did he need to talk to the Cyclops? Because when I saw the Cyclops, the first thing I was thinking of was some goddamn giants in Skyrim. That's what it looked like. Somebody said, oh, he's making cheese. I'm like, get out of there. Get out of there. You be fucking with them giant shit. Don't be fucking with that cheese. Get out of there. I didn't think he needed to talk to the Cyclops. I didn't. I got it. The movie isn't about the Cyclops. And if you're picking parts out of this whole story that you can cut out to keep the story going along, cut out the conversation with the goddamn Cyclops. You don't need the conversation with the Cyclops. You don't need the 7 years that he was with Callisto having babies and getting raped, drugged and raped for 7 years. You don't need that part. That gets to get cut out, and that gets to get cut out. Moving the story along. Not that big of a deal. But it does give you something a little more if you hadn't read the book before. It does give you something a little bit more to look forward to, seeing that this Cyclops actually had a conversation with Odysseus and he actually tricked his ass. And Odysseus has hubris. Yeah, well, I got that from him shooting that motherfucker again after he got his men out the cave. Y'all escaped. You developed a good plan to get out of there. Like, oh, okay, that works, I guess. Now you out. What do? And just as the fuck you, I'm gonna shoot you again. Why'd you do that, bruh? Those bodies is on you now. The rest of them dudes that got killed was on you because you didn't need to poke the bear. You poked the bear for you out. Now I don't know how this blind motherfucker chased you down a hill without tumbling to his death and breaking his neck, but I guess that's besides the point. Because I've never seen anything with one eye and not having the use of it anymore negotiate a cliffside at speed. He must be Daredevil. He must be Daredevil. Because that don't happen. That motherfucker would have tumbled and fell and broke some part of his goddamn neck. Tumbling down that hillside trying to chase after some things he can't even see. Echolocation. Yeah, from screaming? No. Nah, bro. No. Yeah, dead ass. Why the hell did you do that? Yeah, it was so unnecessary. You arrogant fuck. Why'd you even bother that thing anymore? Get the hell on, y'all out. Go. You ain't gonna kill it when you shot it. You just fucking with it. God damn it, Odysseus. I got it. Yes, in the story, it's more played up how his hubris affects him. But that shit was like, why are you doing that? Like, oh, God damn it. You didn't even need to do that, bro. Just get home. Just go. Fucking asshole. Asshole. You deserved it. You deserved it from that point on. I don't think the blind Cyclops, mind you, could have followed you, could have chased you down the hill. But whatever, man. Whatever. You just did some dumb shit, so you got to get some payback for that part. But if you had to cut stuff out of this story, if you're in the role of the director and you're taking this long ass book, this ain't a short read, folks. You taking this long ass book and you need to condense that down to a 2 to 3 hour movie. Where do you start making your cuts? Well, since special effects wise, you don't do that. So you're not going to have other Cyclopses around there. You're not going to have the father and the brother and shit like that. What else can you cut out? Well, this motherfucker don't need to talk either. Gone. Moving along. The main point you need is that they stopped on a Cyclops island. They fooled the Cyclops. They blinded the Cyclops, and they escaped the island. Those are the main points. They're all still there. So what? You missed the conversation. If the conversation was in there, you probably would have heard these motherfuckers bitching about the runtime was too long and it could have been cut. And one of the parts they could have cut out was this conversation. The conversation was pointless. It didn't need to be there. You can hear them saying that shit right now. Well, it was in the book. They could have cut that out. It just felt like they were padding screen time. If he would have stayed on the island with Callisto and you got to see them fucking for 7 years, they would have said the same shit about that. They could have cut that off. We didn't need all that love story part. It's not even a love story. From the way you described it, she was drugging and raping him for 7 years. Grooming by God? And they had children. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, they could have cut that part out. You can hear it now. They've been complaining about the same shit, just in a different direction. And they probably say outside of the convo, everything was canon. Yeah. And they're like, why didn't they talk to him? He found out he could talk. Why didn't you talk to him? He fucking ate people. We ain't having no conversation, bro. And we in this dark ass cave lit by one light source hiding in the dark with these fucking sheep. He blind as shit. Stay quiet and stay low. And maybe we can get out of this bitch. Because the minute he walked in there and closed that door, I was like, oh shit, they stuck. They stuck. Stay low and be quiet. And you bet not snore, nigga. You bet not snore. Oof. Terrible, 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 terrible. My thing was they was making too much noise when they was trying to run and get out of there. You don't got to scream to run faster. Did you ever watch Naruto? The motherfuckers run real fast. They don't even move their hands. But they ain't screaming the whole time they doing it. Just run. Do it quietly as possible. Get the fuck out of there. Stupid asses. Stupid asses. All right, so what else we got? I did that one. Yep, that's it for that list. So this list is burnt. I did that one. Oh, the feminist parts. Well, I had thought that the feminist parts from the taking of the feminist version of the Odyssey, the feminist translation of the Odyssey, I thought I identified some of the parts that were from that version of the book because I don't have that version of the book. I don't have Emily's version. I have Robert's version. Robert, what, Fagles? Yeah, Robert Fagles' version. But watching the movie, I thought I saw some feminist parts of it. But hearing somebody else talk about that scene, that was originally in the book, I don't know because I haven't got to that part yet. So maybe it doesn't even track. Maybe it's not one of the feminist parts. Maybe it's exactly the way it was. But for me, on Cersei's Island, the complaint that she's given about men do what they always do. You came here to defile me or some other shit. I'm like, that's a huge assumption, lady. That's a huge assumption. And her sister being the Raven and shit. But she just assuming that because this has happened before, this is the things that's going to happen again because some more men showed up. That sounds like some feminist bullshit. That men just show up to just take advantage of women. Like, no, they're at war. They'll probably just kill you. I thought that was one of the feminist parts. The other part was that really bothered the shit out of me during the movie was Penelope when she's talking to Telemachus when he comes back, and she's talking about wanting the throne. That she has been sitting on the throne for 20-something years. I'm like, whoa, bitch, wait a minute. This ain't your fucking kingdom. You the queen. And you don't want to give up the throne to your son who's about to come of age. That was a bit much to me. I don't know if that's in the original material. And since all these people complaining about the original material, or excuse me, complaining about the movie and how trash it was, I haven't heard any of them bring up that point. I haven't. So maybe they missed it. But for me, that sounded kind of problematic. Like that sound like that must have came from the feminist version of this story because the woman don't want to give up power to her son who is next in line for that power. Oh, because I'm a woman. Huh? Man, shut up. That's just the way it is, man. Names are passed on to male children, not females. You know why? Because females had the babies. You can be mad about it all you want to. That's just the fucking way it is. My son is an MC because I am an MC. He is an MC. His daughter will have the name of MC. But you know what? Unless she's super progressive and actually retro in this sense, decides to be married, she'll take on her husband's last name. And she will no longer be an MC. She will still be from the MC line and still have some MC genetics, but her last name won't be MC anymore. Unless she marries a motherfucker that does have an MC name. Just what it is. I don't see that as really being a big problem. Unless the woman really loves and respects her father. Otherwise, it don't matter. Does it? You take on the name of the family you're starting or the family you got into. It's fine. You change ownership papers. I don't have a problem with that. I don't see why anybody necessarily would. But the way Penelope was acting, she was acting like she deserved the goddamn throne. And she wasn't going to give it up. And that was problematic for me. She shouldn't have had them lines. And I wonder where those lines came from. Is that in the original telling? Or is that in the feminist version of the telling? Because that's what it sounded like to me. That sounded like some feminist shit. Like, I don't know, Chani being mad that Paul took the emperor's daughter as his wife in name only to take the position of the emperor. And she gonna stomp off mad. I'm gonna go get my thumper and I'm gonna call me a word and fuck you, Paul. That kind of shit. That's what it sounded like to me. Could be wrong. It's okay. I don't get anything for being right, but satisfaction. But I'm reading through the book, and if I get to that part, then I'll be able to say, okay, that's actually what was in the original material. And if not, I'll get the satisfaction knowing, yeah, I was right. That came from that other book. That came from that other telling. In the words of the late, great Patrice O'Neal, the queen is the king's bitch. Exactly. But she got used to sitting on that throne. She liked having that power. Have all the men sitting around there wanting her. And she don't have to want any of them. She can just keep playing with her loom. And unraveling that shit every night. Soon as I finish this, I'll pick one of you guys. And you can watch me doing it all day. Till you go to sleep. I'm pulling all that shit out. Like, none of these motherfuckers get that? It's fucking hell. I think this bitch bullshitting, bro. she ain't trying to finish that shroud. She ain't trying to finish that shroud. I think she lying. All right. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I hit all my points. Yep, I hit all my points that I wrote on 2 separate pieces of notes. I did. So that was it for me on that. So my review of the Odyssey will come out eventually. I already have my thumbnail. Obviously, I have notes, and I don't think I spoiled the movie, but like they said, the story's been around for 3,000 years. It ain't nothing to spoil. like, good point. So this is the one occasion, or one of the few occasions where I was like, it's nothing to spoil, bro. It's nothing to spoil. You've seen this shit before. So, and most people have read it if you went to college or middle school, or actually did your book report like you were supposed to, and didn't just look up the answers in the book. Only read the parts of the book that you needed to answer this question. I think that's why I don't remember the story, even though I know I must have read this before. But I don't remember much of the book because I'm thinking of it as, you know what? We did read this. And I just read the part that would answer the questions for this shit. So I skimmed it. I am a good student, but, you know, sometimes so trite. it's too easy. I was Shikamaru bored. Like, oh, that's too easy. But we got to turn it in tomorrow. I'll skim it tonight. What's the number question? Who was Temecula? Well, that had to be in the beginning of the book. They had to explain who the fuck he was. So let me see. Who was Temecula? Oh, yes, Odysseus' son. Okay. Temecula was Odysseus' son. Okay, moving on. Moving on. I think that's what happened. I'm serious. I think that's exactly what happened. Why I don't remember reading through this whole book, because I never did read through the whole goddamn thing. I actually did skim through it to answer the questions to turn in my report. It didn't read the whole fucking thing. Embarrassing, but it's probably true. That's probably exactly what the hell happened. I'm vaguely remembering that shit. Why I don't remember the whole book. I didn't read the whole book. I'm gonna take you saying guilty as charged. It was one of them ones, man. We read a lot of books. We read a lot of goddamn books. A lot of these great works of art we read through. Some of them really stuck with me. Some of them didn't. I fucking love Of Mice and Men. I fucking love Lord of the Flies. I remember those because I read those multiple times outside of the report. I know we must have read this. I don't remember much of it. It was that one and Romeo and Juliet. I was like, I don't give a fuck. West Side Story, though, I kind of dug. Outsiders, I dug that. Some of the Mother and Great Works, like, just what questions? How many questions we got? 10? What do they want to know? Yeah, let me just figure out where to find those in the book. Skim that chapter. I think that's what happened. So it's to my actual chagrin and my accountability. That's probably what happened. Sorry, Mrs. Smith. And now I'm going through it as a much older man. Like, I should have read this shit. I don't remember it. So let me do my due diligence this time and go back and read it. Catcher in the Rye was a good one. I did that shit with Catcher in the Rye. I know. Because I can remember thinking of Catcher in the Rye at the time. I said, ain't that the book that motherfucker that shot Reagan was reading? I don't need to read that shit. That, apparently it make you want to go crazy and kill people. Yeah, we want the conch, piggy. We want the conch, piggy. Little motherfucker. Oh, you don't want to give up the conch? I got this big ass boulder up here. I want you to introduce you to. Love Lord of the Flies. Love Lord of the Flies. Now, boys go bad. But don't worry, in a modern telling, half of them boys would be gay. Looking like Temptation Island or some shit. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. There's been enough of y'all in here. Hopefully you're not just ninja watching and actually threw something in my coffer for my analysis and editorial. People are entitled to have their own opinions. They are. You can have opinions. You're entitled to your wrong opinions too, or your wrong takes. My ask, if I can ask anything of people, it's just to not be disingenuous and not jump out the window on something you have to backtrack later on. It's only a teaser. It's only a trailer. And maybe I don't understand how to become a large YouTuber. Obviously, I don't. But what I do understand is integrity. I do not appreciate liars. I do not appreciate people who like to spin the truth. There's nothing wrong with saying, I just don't like this director for this, that, and the other reason. But it's going to have to be something they've actually done to you. Because otherwise, I don't give a shit. I'm not in favor of telling people what they can and cannot like or what they should and should not like. Mind you, I just sat up here and talked to people about Supergirl and somebody who actually liked the Supergirl movie, a young girl. I didn't like it. I don't find it interesting. I saw a video yesterday of Millie Alcott being drunk and wasted on stage at some damn thing. I'm like, that's just a bad look on her altogether. Stop doing that. Somebody talk to that 23-year-old asshole. She got famous too quick. She wasn't ready. The movie wasn't that good to me. It wasn't. There were good parts to it. There were some visuals I liked, but it wasn't a good movie. It wasn't. Inconsistent as fuck. Didn't make sense within itself. I had to explain to a female the caramel corn or the shit popcorn scene in Supergirl to a grown female and see her face twisted and contorting like, what? Yes, that's exactly what happened in the movie. It wasn't a good movie. But I do want some caramel corn. People can have their own likes and dislikes, but I'm not for trying to guide people one way or the other. I happen to like The Odyssey. I thought it was a good to a great movie. Was it the best movie ever? No. Was it epic? Well, what classifies epic? I think epic is always how big of a camera you're using, how wide are the landscapes, are you in the real world or are you in the studio? That's what makes these things epic. Things look big, things look broad. That made it epic. Was it epic in the sense of it changed the game of anything? No. He's shooting on the same cameras he always shoots on. He's been some places that you haven't seen before, which made it interesting to look at. But did he shoot in some different way? No. Not for him. If James Gunn said he shot Supergirl on IMAX, I'm like, stop wasting your fucking money. Why? You ain't giving me no cinematic experience. No. But for me, it was good to great. I left the theater with a rousing feeling that I was happy for how it ended. I was happy to see Odysseus make it back to his wife and son. I was happy for Odysseus to be with his wife, admit the horrors of war to his wife, and be able to do the very thing that she suggested in the beginning. That they got to go off together into the sunset. Removed from all them other fucking problems, all that other bullshit. He got to leave all of that shit behind and go off with his wife and pay his respect to his fallen soldiers. The men that followed him. I was happy to see him kill most of them damn suitors that was in there acting badly. I was happy to see him kill them off. No, he didn't need a whole army. He just needed himself and some time. It wasn't nothing but air and opportunity between him and the rest of them motherfuckers, and they wasn't up to the challenge. A locked door kept their ass from doing anything else. I was fine with that. Even Robert Pattinson's character, Antonius, which is too close to my real name. Oh, well, man. Oh, well. I was happy to see Telemachus step into the throne and actually having to stand up, because the move, that was a good move. It's a good move. It's a bold strategy, I can tell you that much. Expose your belly to try to draw him in. You got to be good at some shit, boy. You got to be good at some shit. Otherwise, you're just going to get stabbed. You're just going to get stabbed. Telemachus struggling with one dude, though. Well, yeah. Why the fuck not? Story-wise, that was not the moment where he was supposed to be kicking everybody's ass. He's still only a 20-year-old. Still. And if anything, this is his first real fight. I couldn't tell if he drank the same stuff his mentor drunk because Opie mentor drank that shit and started bleeding out the mouth real quick. I'm like, oh shit, it's poison. I wouldn't have drank none of that shit. That's poison. How you drinking shit from a priest with a cauliflower ear? Something don't seem right. But him struggling with that one person, Tom Holland is small. I'm waiting for him to grow up a little bit more. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Fuck, Odysseus struggled with some people. He was struggling with one dude. People struggle man to man. It's not that big of a deal. Fucking hell. Saving Private Ryan, the dude who got stabbed with the knife was struggling with one guy. A man-to-man struggle can be a struggle. You're not automatically fated to win. What is a goddamn wrestling match? Charles in here. Charles is a wrestling match, a Greco-Roman wrestling match. Is that not a struggle between one-on-one man? A 1v1? Is that not a struggle? Or does everybody just get overpowered? Y'all get too much of the superhero shit that you think every fight is happening like that. Every fight is not happening like that. You do not overpower everybody just because you showed up and you're the hero. Who was kicking Neo's ass in the Matrix? Wasn't it Smith? Was it all of them or just one Smith? It's not a real complaint. You heard that from somebody, you repeated it, but you didn't put your own thought into it. He was struggling with one guy. Most people struggle with one guy. And it's his first real fight. No, he struggled with a bunch of Smiths when Smith first came back. By the time you got to Revolutions and he was fighting, he fought one Smith and was struggling with that one. In the first movie, he fought against one Smith and was struggling with that one. So much so, the motherfucker ended up bucking shots into his chest. Struggling. One guy. When they first fought on the train platform, he was struggling with one guy. And he was believing he was the one at that point. It's a baseless complaint. You can repeat it, but you got to think about the shit. And if you can't run it through your own logic sensors to make it make any goddamn sense, it's a baseless complaint. He struggled with one guy. Yeah, he did. It was his first fucking fight. He's a princeling who had one mentor. What, he's supposed to be kicking his ass? The Masters of the Universe movie just came out recently, right? Who was kicking Adam's ass at first? Who was he struggling with? Trapjaw was giving him the work before he actually figured out he had the power. Fuck, Man at Arms was struggling with Trapjaw. And they had a good fight scene. One dude. When you watch an MMA fight, is it two dudes in the ring? Is it a 2-on-1? 1-on-3? Or is it a 1-on-1? And it's a struggle. And them people is real. Asking a lot. No, it happens in boxing and sparring too. Exactly. One dude can push you to your limit. And yeah, I thought it was a great movie all around. It looked beautiful. It did. One of the scenes that sticks with me that I personally think is actually traumatic when nothing is really happening is Matt Damon laying on that bullshit that's supposed to be a raft in the open ocean. I'm like, hey, that's not a raft, bruh. You're not supposed to be in the water. Oh, shit. That was traumatic for me. That was a scene of like, that's a lot of trust. That's a lot of trust in your director. Because this ain't Waterworld, goddammit. Like, that is not even a raft. I don't consider that a raft. A boat, a raft, or anything should get you above the water level. This motherfucker just still in the water and just trust in Poseidon. Fuck Poseidon. I trust in Aqualung. Yeah. Yeah. Tom Hanks had a better raft than Castaway, bro. Even with an outhouse side. Like, Jesus. How's that even floating? Oh, no. Making a raft. I'm like, that ain't a raft. That's driftwood. What the fuck are y'all talking about? And then he was on that shit out in the, oh, no. That was traumatic for me, bro. Get that man some water wings or something. One of them noodles, some foam noodles or something. That would have been better. He just there. He might as well have just been floating on his back without it. No. That shit was traumatic for me. Look, I got my own proclivities, man. And that's way too close to the open ocean. I'm a water sign. I like the water. That's way too close to the open ocean for me. No. Nope. That shit looks rough. That was the Odyssey. If that was the whole Odyssey, I would have said he died a long time ago. I'm trying to see if I can find that scene of him floating in the water, a picture of him floating in the water like that. Because I couldn't find it when I wanted to do my thumbnail. Because that to me was the Odyssey. Like, that picture is like, this is the journey, bro. This is what this shit looks like. Wet, traumatic, and not for the faint of heart. Can't find it. And built a raft. There ain't no fucking raft. Where's the raft at? Bro, they had more of a raft at the end of Titanic than you got. Rose was on something that floated better than that shit. What are you talking about? No. Well, I put it in raft and I got all these inflatable joints. Anyway, I thought it was a good movie. I did. I would see it again. Personally, I would watch it again. Because I don't necessarily give a shit about spending 3 hours watching a movie. And everybody who says that shit is full of it. Because, goddamn well they're going to sit up and watch some streaming show and all of it. And all of it. And they're going to sit down and watch Doomsday. And that's possibly going to be about a 3-hour movie. You watched any of that Lord of the Rings shit, you'll watch a 3-hour movie. Shut the hell up. Just stop it. Stop complaining about that shit. Tell me if the story moves along that you feel the time or you don't. That's the only complaint you can make about it. Not about the length, because you've already done it multiple times. Oh, like sucking this dick. I don't know. It's too hard in my throat. Shut up. You've been sucking it. Shut up. Figure out your technique better. You won't have such a raspy feeling. Hydrate, bitch. Real men and women struggle. Only Mary Sue's and Gary Lou's win with no effort. Exactly. Struggle means the hero's journey. No struggle means a lazy person's story. Exactly. I don't have a problem with him struggling against one dude. It was not an issue to me. The Hades scene was my favorite part, and when he sacked Troy, the shot when they opened the gate and Agamemnon just casually walked while the soldier was running around past him. Yeah, that was, and see, that was the thing. I don't know why I didn't get that the whole time. I kept wondering why they kept showing this one dude in this oversized World of Warcraft armor like that. It was to me, that was very stylistic. But I'm like, who the fuck is this dude? Who was that? I never even put it together that that was supposed to be Agamemnon. Didn't. I just thought it was some really weird stylized armor. As I took all the armor in this shit, it looks cool. Would you want it? Would you want to buy something that looked like that? Yeah, it'd probably be cool. You know, put it up on a display or something like that. Because I can tell you this, I don't know about Dr. T. I don't know about Dr. T. But I know me. Where's that picture? There it is. Let me bring that up. Show y'all something. All right, that's Matt Damon playing Odysseus. This sword? Oh, I want that replica. I want that replica of this sword. That sword look badass. I like this hilt. I like this hilt. I want that sword. Yeah, for everybody who's saying, "Oh, it look muted and ugly," where are they at? Are they supposed to be in war? Is this supposed to be all polished and beautiful? These ain't elves. This ain't Middle Earth. Shut up. I like that sword. That sword does look fly, man. I want to see a replica of that sword. Then we can see who get it first, me or Dr. T. It'll probably be the one with the PhD, but you know, disposable income as it is. No neon colors, no overly played up colors and shit like that. No, it's not supposed to be. You bought into that early Hollywood idea that that's what everything was supposed to look like. No. It's like people at war. War is, thank you, Malika. War is ugly and dirty. Yes, it's ugly and dirty. It's not colorful and brightly technicolored. No. People away from the war get to wear the bright colors. People at war ain't wearing no goddamn bright colors like that. And this shit, I'd fuck with that. That oversized fucking helmet, that's what I said it looked like World of Warcraft to me, because that's how their armors looked. It looked like they were oversized because they were making animated game armor on real people. Like, in some ways silly, but kind of cool. I wasn't getting who the fuck this dude was. That's Agamemnon. And I still don't know what the actor was because they didn't really show his face. But you can't say that if I had that on a stand in my house, you wouldn't be drawn to it like, damn, that look kind of cool. Played up cheekbones and shit, big, stallion brush head. Yeah, he did roll through there like a boss, like, ain't nobody gonna touch me. Get these motherfuckers. Nobody touches me. Look kind of cool. But it's a stylistic choice. The only person that had color, really, were his generals on their headdress, which you could tell them apart, and him. Yeah, because them the only important people. But like I said before, if you just want to complain, you can find a lot of shit to complain about if that's your main goal. Because bitches always got complaints. See, look at a sword. That's the blade, Malika. See that work on the blade and shit? Bro, that look real good up on my wall. The hilt look fly. The blade look even better. I'd like to get a replica of that. Can somebody hook that up? Can they make that? Everything drab and battle worn. Made out of leather and bronze and iron and shit. Yeah, so it's not all polished up. Mind you, this it's the same complaint two different ways. They don't like the full plate steel on them giants. They don't like that. It's not authentic. It's not authentic to the time and don't like that. Okay. But then they also don't like this because it don't look shiny. What did Chris Rock say? You can fuck a bitch with a diamond dick, she can still complain. Oh, this shit is cloudy. You got these cloudy diamonds. This is zircon. Benny Safdie played Agamemnon. He's the director and actor who did Uncut Gems and with Adam Sandler. I haven't seen a picture of his face before. And I liked Uncut Gems. I really liked Uncut Gems. That was a great movie. I've heard the name but not seen his face. Let's see. Ryan Hurst. Corey Hawkins. You look familiar, but I couldn't remember his name. I don't know if they have his picture up here. Oh, there it is. Benny Safdie. Wow, he got some Greek looking features already. Like, the fuck? He not Greek? Oh, hold on. Is he not Greek? Maybe he's just Jewish. Fucking look Greek to me. Is he Arab? Could be the same thing. So this is from New York. Oh, he worked on Oppenheimer too. Well, now you know why he in this movie, because he worked with Christopher Nolan before. Told you, he always brings his friends back. I'm not mad at him for it. This is what it is. Oh, he did the Smashing Machine with The Rock. Oh, another reason to hate his ass, because he did a movie with The Rock. You know, everybody don't like The Rock now for some reason. He did Super Mario Galaxy. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Now see what he looks like. I thought it was a clever choice not to show his face. But okay, now I know what he looks like. And he's Jewish. Look Jewish, Arab, or Greek. I don't know. Ask his mama. Anyway, I'm about 4 hours in. Do I need to do X-Men 97 or I did my review of X-Men 97 already. It's already up. The watch along is on Patreon. Thank you to the content creators who watch it. I could end it there. I did enough talking about this. I can talk about X-Men 97 another day. That's the biggest thing this week, which is seeing this shit. I need to spend some time and do my damn review to get it up so I can make a little bit of YouTube views. Like I said, I might be the worst YouTuber. Anyway, I'll drop this link for the last 4 hours. Let's see, maybe a half hour. Drive the rest of the people out of here. Oh, that's the wrong thing. See if any of y'all got anything you want to add to this little bit for about 30 minutes. And then we will get on with our days. I need to get something to eat. And y'all need to do something of consequence. 4 hours exactly. Another mouth to feed. I forget where my mother is, but she's on a cruise somewhere right now. She left out of San Diego. She left out of Seattle. So where is she? She's probably up in Alaska. Probably in Alaska. Wow. Just one. Appreciate you, Aquateki, for supporting the stream. I guess I don't say this shit enough. People don't know how YouTube works. Maybe they're saving the money for IMAX. To watch a good cut of a movie and not a bootleg. Appreciate you, Aquateki. I will give you. Those are the wrong colors. Is that brown shit? How'd that happen? I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Aquatech.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the watch.
And look who popped up. Who rolled in off of his Odyssey. The Malika Me Bane, my cinephilic brother. What's good with you?
Hey ho, what's going on, man?
Oh, doing my daily.
Yeah, I'm on vacation, man.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, vacation for my birthday. I'll be double nickels this Tuesday coming up.
Oh, he reaching the double nickel, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, happy early birthday.
Sorry I didn't catch the show last Sunday because I had got sick and I had to go to the hospital.
Oh, for what?
Come to find out, well, last Friday, like a couple hours before my shift ended at work, I was like feeling a little woozy, right? And I said, all right, man, I'll be okay. I started walking home because my job is only like 5-10 minutes away from my house, right?
Mm.
So I'm walking home and I'm dizzy. And I'm like, just make it home, just make it home. And I pulled out my key. I could barely put my key in the door. So I got in there and, I'm laying down and I call my mom and I let her know what's up. She comes over and she's like, go to the hospital. I'm like, no, I'm all right. Like men will tough it out. I just asked her, I said, well, while you're here, could you do me a favor? Just order me some food because I do not have the strength to cook.
Mm-hmm.
So she ordered me some food. She stayed with me for a little bit and she went home. I got up the next day and home, like my head was spinning. I could like barely sit up. So I was like, all right, I called out from work. Then I said, all right, let me sleep it off. So I slept for like about half of the day. Then I had gotten up.
Pneumonia?
No, then I got up and it was worse Sunday. So usually, like, Sundays, I know you come on, I get up early in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
I get dressed to go to work. And by the time you come on, I'm on my way to work, I'm at work. I couldn't do it. So I called my mom again and she says, go to the hospital. I can't drive.
Same
So I
shit I would have
called,
told you. Like, what,
yeah.
man, why the fuck you sitting at home? Take your ass to the hospital.
So I call one of my good friends. She picks me up. She takes me to the hospital. Now I'm seeing everything. I'm seeing double, triple, quadruple. And when you're riding, you take things for granted because you're driving and the shock and the inertia and the rumble of the car. It's just getting crazy. So I go to the hospital. They draw blood from me. I had a CAT scan. They had to do a electrocardiogram.
Mm-hmm.
They did the works, man. I was like Lee Majors in the beginning of $6 Million Man. So they had me all wired up, looking like Wolverine in the Weapon X program and shit. So
You about to get that adamantium bonding process.
so come to find out, it was vertigo. And I was like, vertigo. So they give me this medicine that I'm taking now,
It's in your head.
meclizine, 25 milligrams. So
So
So what it kind of does, it just kind of stabilizes you.
no, I know that.
So
I'm talking about the actual problem was in your brain is something
yeah,
with the fluid in the brain or something like that.
it might have been. So what I come to find out, I said, what could cause it?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking of. Like you get that.
And so we were trying to narrow it down and trying to think. I said it's probably stress and overworking, and because with the heat, right? And because of my
it's
job,
hot in Philly right now, huh?
yeah.
Okay.
So the crap at my job. I'm the only. I'm busting my ass,
Yeah. It's
and the some of the dudes in there are just lazy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And when my days off, I'm trying to get everything together so I can get into the field I want to. And then, just working here was just, and it was just crazy. And then that heat and just working hard. And literally, I work in like a small garage that's like doing warehouse work.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you're the only one person doing a bunch of work when you got a guy that's 20 years younger than you and he's just sitting on his ass playing with his phone, playing video games. And because it's hot, he wants to sit next to a fan, or he's got to sit in his car because the AC. And I'm like,
hot flower. Yeah. Oh, my mama told me I can't sweat. She don't like it when I sweat.
And
it's too hot.
It was just that. And now I could say I'm like about 70 to 80% better. I'm a little, very, very little woozy, very little vertigo. And one thing I had to do, and it's very hard for me, and you can attest to this, slow down because we're so used to being productive.
Mm-hmm.
And I was used to getting up at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning to work out, to do something. It was like, nigga, you out from work and you about to go to on vacation. So you got an extended 4 days to your vacation before your vacation started.
Lay your
So I did something that I didn't do for a long time. I stayed up fucking late and watched fucking TV. And I stayed up to 3 o'clock in the morning. And when I got into bed, the birds were chirping. I had a big smile on my face and it felt good.
You got to catch up on some shit, probably.
No, it was like just bullshit that I wanted to see. Like, it was like, I didn't want to see that. And it just felt good.
That's a better
And
picture, Charles.
I just, it was just cool though. So I didn't want to take up all the time talking about my shit, but I wanted to talk about the mutants, but you say you don't feel like talking about it. But I
We
mean,
can talk about it. I only got another half hour because I'm fucking hungry. I'm gonna
oh my
sit up
bad.
there and have vertigo in a minute because all I had was I had coffee and conversation for breakfast, and I like conversation and coffee, but you got to feed a nigga too. Like
um,
you got to have some snacks,
the
coffee. You need some.
the episode was okay, but only 29 minutes of it, 29 so many odd seconds. I agree that it should have been, like you said, some of these episodes should be longer.
That was filler. That was a filler. So,
Definitely wasn't a Bold Mail. Bold Mail would have stretched it for like 2-3 episodes.
no, it would have been more compact writing. This is just my feeling on it. When I see these episodes and
Is
how
Artisan still there?
yeah, I'm still here. The pacing of these episodes, I can tell the ones that Bo
Anybody
DeMayo
hear me?
wrote.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
You talking about this last episode of X-Men 97?
Yeah, let me finish. So the pacing for Bo
Come
DeMayo
out and come
is
back
different
in,
than the
'cause I can't see
pacing.
Artisan.
Different than the pacing for somebody else writing the episode.
Mhm.
When somebody else writes the episode, the pacing is really quick. It's more action than substance. Bo DeMayo's episodes are more substance than action.
Mhm.
And that's how I can tell outside of reading the goddamn credits. So while I like the episode, it played the same way as the X-Force episode did, really quick.
Yeah.
Really quick, more action.
And like when you always talk about geared to modern day audiences. Oh, people was great. It's like it was okay.
Yeah.
It reminded me of it reminded me of those early 90s Image comics. A lot of splash pages, you got your foil cover, you got everybody and it's a bunch of hack slash. I'm like, okay, but where's the real meat?
Yeah, where's the substance?
Yeah.
Where's the beef?
You gave me a soy burger instead of like some real ground beef.
To me, if it was a Bo DeMayo written episode, it would have focused more on the last part of the episode, which is more understanding or why Wolverine would have went through all of that to get his adamantium back, lying to his friend, using his people that he don't like. Why did he really feel it was that important to have his adamantium back?
Exactly.
To be more than that weapon. If you wanted to go that route, that he felt like he was nothing without his adamantium. No, he was actually stronger without his adamantium than he was with it. So that whole thing of him feeling like nothing without it, I'm only good at one thing. Having adamantium ain't what you good at, motherfucker.
Exactly.
You're good at all the other shit you do with or without it.
That's why they chose to put that adamantium into you.
Yeah, that didn't change. So you're not
I hate it
because you don't have your adamantium. You're actually stronger. Your healing factor is more advanced. Your speed is quicker because you're not carrying all that extra weight, and you got your bone claws, which are actually dense. They don't break all the goddamn time. You more feral. You good. Adamantium slows you down. It just makes you unbreakable. That's it. Everything else is all the same. It's Jermaine. So what are you talking about? Who wrote that shit?
I hated breaking a nail.
Yeah, I broke a nail. There you go. Well, they grow right back.
I'm the best at what I do. I'm the best at what I do. And what I do is manicures.
Yeah, Aquateki, they skipped over the whole feral shit. He got past the feral right to the bandana wearing Wolverine in one episode. He got all the way past that shit. So when we ended last season, we saw him with the adamantium stripped out of him, and you already know you get the no nose, long hair, feral Wolverine. after he starts getting some more of his senses back, he get to the bandana wearing. We skipped over all of that part. I guess that happened in the time they was away. Because the next time we see him, he got the bandana wrapped around his face, and you can talk to him and shit. But that was a longer part in the comic. Wolverine was feral for a while. He was losing it.
And the great thing about Boldemeo's 4th episode that he wrote, you saw the humaneness between what's Apocalypse's Egyptian name?
Isabanur.
Isabanur and Magneto. Isabanur and Professor X. And then you really saw like how the way within that 40 minutes of a show, in Isabanur's arc from being this rebel to becoming Apocalypse, which is okay, he's destined to become this. Didn't matter. No, he was going to become this. We didn't really see no arc of why he wanted to get this adamantium back. It's like a little kid. I just want to get my toy back.
I just want it back. Yeah, I just need it back because I'm nothing without it. That's bullshit. Who actually put that out there? Who actually put that out there? Because I don't think that was somebody who's been reading X-Men comics. Wolverine is always Wolverine. The adamantium gives him an edge, but he was worse without the adamantium, motherfucker, because he could just go at you longer. When his healing factor is not counteracting the poisoning effect of the adamantium in him, he is a lot stronger. His healing factor is more amped up.
Maverick was a waste to me.
Maverick was a waste too.
Because I'm like, okay, he was calm and cool in the beginning. He's finding everything. He's your tech guy. But then, all right, he turns into Bill Paxton midway through the show. What? No, really? And like, and the aliens, it was all right, but it didn't make sense.
I like the Brood being there. You don't know why they're there, but they showed, the crashed alien ship and stuff. But like I said in my review, where's the Queen?
Yeah,
you ain't having all these Brood without a Queen. Where's the Queen? And if you ain't to show me killing the Queen, there's more Brood out there. This ain't over. It's not. Can't be. Sorry. Just the way things work.
Just coincidentally, they see the Avengers Quinjet there. I'm like, really?
It looks like a Quinjet to me, but what do I know? I only read comic books.
And I mean, how come? And I know it's a harken back, and it's like a lot of Easter eggs back to some of the favorites that we've seen in the comics. All right, we see Wolverine gets infected. Dang, he gets infected quick. Because usually in the comics, like the Brood, it takes a while for them to lay the eggs and they get infected. But nobody else gets infected. Like, Maverick doesn't get infected. Just so coincidentally, the doctor, he monsters out when he's talking. Nobody else in this facility is infected. Nobody else. They didn't go into Omega. Omega Ray was okay, but then, like you said, it was filler. I was like, okay, really? And it was just like, okay, it was cool to see a bunch of people, but it was just like, all right. In scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 5.5 to 6. And that's me generously giving it that. It was a beautifully animated cartoon.
It was.
I love that. I love the animation. I loved how the way everybody looked, the way people looked. It was hearkening to Jim Lee's look, but also Mark Silvestri's look. But it was just like rush. I was like, that's it? Y'all couldn't stretch this for like 2 or 3 more episodes or something like that. Give me some more meat on my sandwich instead of giving me this like wish sandwich, damn.
Nope. We're giving you the skimpy meal. But like I said, it was just a filler episode. It was just filler. I heard somebody say, "Oh, no, nobody call it a filler. They're wrong." It was a fucking filler episode. Fuck you. We know what filler is. It's an episode that fits in between the main story and a different beat. It goes nowhere from there. If they don't do another episode with the Brood, it was fucking filler.
Exactly.
Just like the X-Force episode. Nothing that happened in the X-Force episode really moves forward. It moved the characters forward? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Yeah, you got some little beats. Yeah, Morph is no longer maybe in some gay relationship with Wolverine, how you were trying to suggest from season 1. So what? He's disappointed in Wolverine because he only thinks he's a killer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Be disappointed. I'd be more disappointed this motherfucker lied to me and sent me on some dummy mission so he can get his adamantium back.
No, sent me on a suicide mission.
Damn near suicide, yeah. More for me.
I'm like, motherfucker, I thought we was cool.
Yeah, I thought we meant something. Like,
Yeah.
don't mean we lovers, but goddamn, I thought we was close, dude. What the hell you doing? We X-Men. You trying to get me killed for you to get adamantium back? Nah, we'd have an issue. I wouldn't be sitting back there sulking in the chair. Oh, fuck.
Because remember, Morph had said, yo, man, when I died, you thought I was dead and you helped me come back. You was there for me.
Yeah, you didn't give up on me. You came for me. Yeah, well, fuck all that because I need my adamantium.
Like, what? For real? Word?
More the episode of the story than the rest of that shit. That was something more to talk about. Excuse me. Because that was shit that had some repercussions.
In the game of Scrabble, when you have those little white chips that could be any letter or any hyphen.
Yep, the blanks.
That's what episode with the X-Force and the Brood were. They're the blanks in the series.
Blanks. Yeah, you can put anything on it. You can put anything on it to be fine. Oh, here we go again. Epic disappointment. Another 26 minutes on a movie you say you hate it. I've never seen people review something so much that they say they hate it. I've never seen it. That must be the strategy. I must be missing out on doing that. Yeah, I should be doing that, apparently.
Now, I'm going to try to go see the Odyssey.
If you can get out the house.
Yeah, well, and also, but on Tuesday and on Thursday, I want to go out, but the thing is, can this brother drive?
Well, if you got vertigo, I don't trust your ass to be driving.
Nah, that's the thing. I don't want to do that. So I'm cool. I'm being better now.
On public transportation, man.
It's okay. Don't drink and drive. Sip and drive.
Vertigo on drive. No vertigo on driving.
Nah, I think I might just stay in the neighborhood and just probably walk to places, or like you said, take public transportation to the. There's a comic store about 15-20 minutes from me. I'll probably jump on the bus and go see that.
Yeah, do that.
Instead of driving.
I wouldn't want to see folks I know put themselves in harm's way just because it's just a movie. At the end of the day, it's just a movie. It ain't paying you. You paying it.
I mean, I can always see it on streaming, so it's no big deal.
Yeah. So if your vision and your health is in some kind of peril or flux, lean on the health being okay. Fuck the movie. It'll be there. Yeah. Look, this motherfucker gonna be out from now until February. It won't be in the theaters forever. It'll be on what, HBO Max or some shit like that soon enough.
Skinamax.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yep.
Howdy ho, fellas. Howdy ho.
What up, Charles? You finally got a AI picture that I can actually see the figure in the picture now. Thank you.
Takes one to know one.
I'm just saying, it's not because you dark. It's just because every time I see somebody with an AI picture, the background is too dark. The background ends up being the same color as the picture. So I don't. It's all just looks like the same thing. I can't tell the difference. This one doesn't. This one stands out from the background, so now I can see it. Like, okay, awesome.
Yep.
So I had to blow it up. I had to blow it up a little bit so I can see the detail of it. It's like, okay,
he's
cool.
surrounded, but guess what? You don't want to surround him. He's not trapped in here with you. You trapped in here with him.
Well, but, that's the way these motherfuckers in the Odyssey was with that damn Cyclops. Like, why wasn't they doing anything? Nigga, they trapped in there with him. You know, let that motherfucker sleep.
I'm just looking at that last episode of X-Men. Shout out to Morph being the cameo character.
He is the cameo.
Last week he was Thor. They're like, who's better, him or Mystique? Fuck Mystique. Leave it on him. Because he could actually do most of their powers.
Well, I'd say this. Morph was created for the cartoon. He didn't exist before.
Right.
So Mystique is better. So Mystique is better. That's because Mystique is the original. All you did was take what Mystique did and try to improve upon it. No shit.
Yeah. I like Morph.
I'll be right.
Morph is cool. But you know what? Morph, especially in this episode, he brought the morality to this episode because you got nothing but a bunch of
killers.
Yeah, and he's trying, like, you know, he's like, okay, like you're trying to figure out, like, why is Sabretooth here and why do you bring him here? And it'd have been better if they, like, because you gotta understand these two dudes hate each other.
Yeah,
they're like, okay, they can't stand each other, and you know, how the hell did he get him? And you know, Sabretooth was going to try to get Wolverine at any moment. And it's like, okay, let's have some more instead of rushing what the story has to be. And like the Brood is just like, okay, there's something more comprehensive. Like Artisan said, okay, where's the queen? There has to be a queen, and Logan's the only one that's got infected. And they just did it for fan service because that old Mark Silvestri cover, we see him that he's infested.
It's fan service. And then they did the little shout out to the Come and Get Me, you know, the classic cover.
Yeah.
Which was pretty cool with a couple of nods, service.
The Chris Claremont and Frank Miller.
The Frank Miller
limited series. Yeah, that was cool.
But it's a lot of fan service this time of year.
I don't mind the fan service, but I don't mind the.
You don't rely on it.
Yeah, I mean,
a nice side boob doesn't hurt, or a little cheek of the ass.
Little hand job never hurt nobody. Unless you
got callous. Well, what if you got callous?
You said callous.
What if you got callous? I got off, but I think some skin did too.
That joke was better. Your joke was better, Charles. Unless you got calluses, so yeah, that would hurt, bro.
Yeah, I got off, but some of my skin did too.
My skin did. It took that first layer.
You know, your foreskin turned into a 3. Like,
cheers, I got a beer. Got me a Modelo.
He's a black man, formerly married to an Asian woman, drinking like a Mexican. He's diverse.
Very diverse. I'm in California. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Yeah, fuck that. Give me my warm and fuzzy East Coast racism. This makes me feel good all over.
I was joking with my teammate because the Puerto Rican dude drinking tequila, laughing at me because I'm mad about the spread of sushi he showed me. Like, what do the Puerto Rican know about tequila anyway? Shut up.
Yeah, aren't you some rum motherfuckers?
Yeah. Don't you do something against your nationality anyway? Shut up. Stop showing me sushi.
I think it was interesting because, you know, I guess because the customer or the viewer grew up with the show and it's like 30 years plus, and they're trying to get this non-binary morph, even though he's the only non-binary character that you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has a reason to be non-binary because he's a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Fine.
I remember I was non-binary. That was only because I couldn't count. But anyway.
I was non-binary till I learned how to program.
001, 0001.
Mm-hmm.
Team so smart they do their football count in quantum physics.
I was non-binary until I bought her episode or the issue that she appeared in the X-Men.
Well, Lion.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How you doing?
All right. What you got on this before we get into another bad non-binary show?
That line better be black, nigga.
Well, the background is black.
Dang.
No. But yeah, hey, I came in late. I came in a little later. I had to drop off. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. I saw it Friday night. It was packed. It was packed as expected, though.
Mm-hmm.
As expected. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed the movie. Yeah, there were certain things, but there's the things that were cut out, I didn't mind it. You know, we didn't need the Cyclops conversation.
No, it wasn't missed on me.
Nah, I didn't miss it. I didn't miss anything with that. I didn't miss anything with that either. That was absolutely fine. Hell,
go ahead.
There was only one CGI scene, and that was when they was on the boat when they passed the whirlpool.
Exactly.
There's only one CGI scene, and that was it. Other than that, nah, you didn't see any. But I didn't understand the all that backlash and that preemptive backlash. How you have backlash before a movie come out? How a movie getting backlash and you ain't seen not one shot of the movie yet?
Because that's how they make their money off of that shit. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
You make your money how you make your money. It's somebody out there, sucking ping ding and bending over for another dude to make some money off of it. How you make your money is your goddamn business. But when it comes down to movies and you trying to characterize something before it's even come out and be seen, that's what it is. You look like a whole asshole right now.
Yeah.
Because everything you were saying that was going to be in this movie was not. Every person that was a big issue for you is not even a big issue in the movie.
Barely.
Like, so
Barely.
What are you upset about? All the memes that y'all was making about Elliot Page running out there like Achilles from Troy and shit like that, all of that is wasted now.
No.
It just looks like some hate mob shit.
Wasn't
That's
even
all it
Achilles.
looks like now.
Wasn't even Achilles.
Wasn't even Achilles. Oh, well, he was a stand-in for Achilles, but it wasn't Achilles though.
It wasn't
right?
Achilles.
So
that's the point. Because Achilles was already dead. Like with that, when they did that scene, like when that scene happened with the Trojan horse, and he whatever. Paige took that whatever. Paige took that arrow.
Mm-hmm.
When Paige took the arrow, I was like, that's not Achilles.
Nope.
Mind you, they were in that statue for days, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that part before because you didn't see that part in Troy.
No.
They weren't in there for that long. No. I didn't know they was in there for days. I'm like, God damn, bro. Like,
when they first put up the statue, it was still on top of the sand, but they were in there for days. That's why that dude was drowning, because they were sinking because they were so close to the water.
Mm-hmm. They left it on the beach.
Yep. Had to find it. Had to work.
It wasn't an overnight thing. Like, oh shit.
Shit, yeah.
I want to kill some people when I came out that bitch too.
Yeah. When I get out of here,
when I get the fuck out of this thing.
When I get out,
I don't know who stabbed me in the shoulder, but your ass getting it.
Had me breathing through a motherfucking straw. Oh, you gonna pay for that?
I got motherfuckers standing on my shoulders, pissing and shitting.
For real.
Hey.
I don't know if this is water or someone else's water.
Oh shit, I'd be mad too. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd be
I
mad as
might be
hell.
mad at Odysseus with his plan. Like, this is your fucking plan.
For
dude.
real. Like, this,
is your
you looking
fucking
at him like
plan.
this shit better work.
It better work, bro.
This
It
shit
better
better
fucking
work.
work. If it don't work, I'm gonna kill you.
I swear to God.
By the
This plan-
gods, motherfucker, this better work.
I
Yeah.
swear to Poseidon.
Swear to Poseidon, I'm gonna drown you.
I swear. The hell with Calypso. You won't make it. I'll do the job. But nah,
You ain't making it home, bro.
nah,
You ain't going home.
nah. I don't care what promises you made. You will
ain't
not be
going home.
keeping them.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, but good movie all around. Yeah, they were better. Like what's his name? I had to find that actor's name, but who did play Dr. Dre? He had he was there the longest of all the black people.
Yeah, Ryan Crawford. Ryan Crawford.
Yeah, he was in there the longest.
No shit. But he was the most scumbag of the suitors too.
Yeah,
even next to Robert Pattinson.
Next to Robert
He playing the role, but it was Robert Pattinson. It's like, this motherfucker's a scumbag, dude. He even kicked the dog. Like,
yeah, damn, we kicking dogs.
Post John Wick movies.
Yeah.
You can't be hurting no animals post no John Wick movie. He has just set the standard for animal love. Okay,
for real. I know animal rights don't exist here yet, but come on, dog.
Yeah.
The dog.
And let me say something about that, because I forgot to mention this part.
Uh-huh.
All of y'all all upset because John Leguizamo's character, whose name I'm forgetting right now, Orpheus or whatever his name was, right? Y'all all upset because he threw a dog over a cliff. Y'all like the Amazons, right? Well, that's what they do to male children. You like the 300, right? Well, that's what they was doing when they was looking over them little boy children that didn't measure up. They threw them over a cliff too. That's how Greeks handled shit. If you were not up to snuff, your ass got tossed off a cliff. Dog or human, it don't matter. I'm not for putting more weight on animals than human beings. I'm just not. It's not a good thing to see it happen to a human. It's worse when it happens to a human being. I empathize more with the human being than I do with the fucking animals because I've never been a dog. Okay? So don't worry about it.
So Hihachi Mishima's Greek?
Shit. Bruh. He looked at the puppy. He didn't like the puppy. It looked a little weak or whatever, sickly. He threw that shit over the cliff. Everybody was upset about that. Like, for what?
I actually chuckled when he did that shit. I was like, oh.
It was funny.
I didn't expect, because it was so random.
Yeah.
He just took it and tossed it.
You know the puppy didn't really get killed. Shut up, bro. Like,
Yeah.
relax. Like, oh, he just threw it over the cliff. Yeah, that's what they did with shit that they discarded.
I said, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Because because I could have sworn that was a bench off a cliff that you just tossed that dog over. That was funny.
Tossed that motherfucker over a rocky cliff.
Yeah. He was like, he just looked at 10 seconds like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, not this one.
Hell, he was about to, that scene of Odysseus stopped him from throwing the dog that he did keep, because he was about to toss that dog.
Yeah.
He's like, whoa. Odysseus said, whoa. Let me see.
This might be a fighter. Let me see that. It'll be a good hunting dog. Like what?
Yeah, because he was mid toss with that dog.
Yeah, that motherfucker. He got
that dog's about to go sink or swim for that too before he stopped him.
And even the dog was loyal. That motherfucker laying on the dung heap until Massa came
for
back.
Real. He was like, finally, now I can go.
Like,
that was it.
I just want to see Massa again. I'm still here, boss.
Yep.
Still here. Okay.
He got this like yep. He was like, I told you he was coming home. Now I can go.
Now I can go. Went off to his eternal reward for his loyalty.
Yeah, he did. But that shot when they sacked Troy, when they came out and they finally got the gate open, and Agamemnon. And here's the thing: you don't see anybody else. This is Agamemnon standing there, and he's in all black. And then he just starts casually walking, and everybody's swarming past him. Will touch you. Yeah, it was pretty much a 5 feet rule, because there was no one touching them. They were running around him.
They were not getting close to him. I was thinking of the was a scene from the movie Necessary Roughness with Scott Bakula. He
Oh.
is quarterback football movie, right?
Yeah.
And he's gonna be running into the end zone, and that's what the big dude told him. He said, "They won't even touch you.
Yep.
They won't even touch you. Just follow us. They won't touch you." And that's what Agamemnon did. He
That's
just,
exactly what happened.
I'm going for a stroll, man. I'm going to the kingdom. I'm going to the throne.
He
Make a
casually
way, make a
walking.
path.
Yeah. He casually walking the soldiers like, yeah, it's on. He's
It's
like,
on.
mm-hmm.
Just
He's
taking
just walking like, yeah.
Didn't have a chance. That motherfucker was rolling without a care in the world.
Yep. All the way. Up the stairs too. Stairs too. Bodies dropping. Everybody head getting cut off. Agmon walking like whistling. Rain drops are falling on my head. That's exactly how he was walking. Just like
You just
the guy.
well, you know what? Somebody meme. You just made somebody's meme.
Yep. That's exactly how he was walking. He was like,
well,
blood.
That's great
like,
because you're seeing in the story, you know, this is the leader, this is the badass.
Yep.
It's like Vader when you know what the last episode of Rogue One, when you see that all that smoke and you see that red lightsaber come up, you're like, oh, that's fucked up. What? That's just fucked up. Oh God. And you know, just for those like 2 minutes, man.
Agamemnon didn't have to do none of that shit. He didn't have to pull his sword. He didn't have to raise his hands.
No.
He didn't have to say shit.
He did nothing.
All he did was walk. Everybody else, all the rest of that shit was taken care of, bro.
That kind of reminds me, like, you know, when they show Darkseid in the comics, where he'll just stand out at the window and he just has his arms in the back, and it could be nothing but destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did the Snyder cut of Justice League, when Wonder Woman chops off Steppenwolf's head, he just stops his head through the Boom 2 portal, and he just looks at like Justice League. He's like, you can see he's a little pissed. And the Justice League's like, yeah, motherfucker, what?
Mm-hmm.
And he turns back around, closes the portals. He's like, all right, get the ships ready. And he goes back and puts his hands behind him, and also you see the whole fleet right there. I said, now that's the movie I want to see it next.
Unbothered, unbothered.
Yeah,
whatever.
Little pissed. Just this pissed, like, you know, this fly is bothering me.
Like,
more like surprise.
These people.
Yeah, just like a pleasant surprise. He's like, oh, okay, bet.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you stand. Oh, you got a little nuts, huh? Oh,
got a fight in you.
Yeah.
Say less.
Yeah, say exactly. He didn't decide to say shit.
Nope.
Oh, y'all want to fight? Right, he's like, oh, y'all want to fight? Okay.
Like me a fighter. Cool.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Enough said.
You thought that invasion with the Kryptonians was going to be something. Oh, the invasion with my people.
Just you wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good movie all around. I don't know. Like it's like they out here. They just like want it. They're just looking for something to bitch about. That's the thing that annoys me with this mob today. Y'all are just looking for something to bitch about. Movie ain't even out yet. You ain't seen not one shot.
What movie is this?
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Because motherfuckers never read the book. It's like your favorite comic.
They say they have.
They claim they did,
but they ain't quoting nothing from the book.
No.
Yeah, it's like going to a comic book convention. How many motherfuckers built like their favorite character? There you go.
No.
Yeah. No. I read the book. I mean, well, I didn't read the book until when the first trailer came. When the first trailer came out, because it came out around Christmas when they first like unveiled like what the movie was actually going to look like. I was like, damn. I thought to myself, I was like, damn. I never did read that book. So I think around January, February, I did read the book, and I had just finished it 2 weeks ago, like roughly 2 weeks ago before the movie came out. Because I was like, I want to read it before I go see this. Because I heard about the book, heard about the story, heard a lot about it, never read the book. So I went and read it. I'm like, and it was a damn good book, damn good story. It's good.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, that was the reason why I went back to read it, because I didn't remember how it ended. I knew I must have read it before, but I couldn't remember anything clear on it.
Yeah.
Like not in the full version of it. Like, okay, I need to read this again because I'm not really remembering.
It was my very first time.
So let me just read it again and get it over before the movie came out. Well, the
Yeah.
problem is I didn't finish it before the movie came out. So now I have to finish it because now I'm here. I'm back with it because I put it down for work. Now I got to pick this shit back up because now I've seen the movie. Now I got to see how much of it actually made it into the movie from the book.
Yeah.
Like above there's two schools of thought on this, and this is just between me and my old co-worker at the comic shop, Zach. My view was read the original work first and then watch the movie. Zach's view was no, watch the movie first and then go back and see the original work because then you can see how much the movie and shit sucked. That's it.
I see.
So it's just it's the same process. It's just in reverse. Which one you do first?
I was of that same mindset. I just personally, I didn't want to go see the movie without reading the book because I never read the book before.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. But it was a good book. I enjoyed the shit out of it. But I can see why they made the cuts they made. It was fine. It didn't take anything. It didn't take anything away from the book. At the end of the day, most of it was canon. Like the ending was damn sure. The ending was pretty much dead on.
Okay, I like that ending because y'all know I don't mind a revenge story. John Wick was a revenge story.
No, nothing changed.
I don't have a problem with a revenge story. So he showed back up and do a little cloak and dagger with him to see how these motherfuckers acting while he was thinking he was away and how they treated him not knowing who he was. Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with them getting fucked up. You could have did that for another hour.
You'll see. I don't want to spoil it for you, but in the book, Athena was a little bit more there though.
Okay.
As opposed to the movie. That's the
in the book she's there most of the time because she keep hanging out talking to her son.
Nah, but she was doing more. Well, in the book, she was doing a little bit more than that alongside Odysseus, as opposed to the movie. She was a little bit more, but it was still good. But it's fine. Like even in the movie, by comparison, it's fine. It's fine. Because nobody else did nothing else anyway. Right. Poseidon and nothing like that.
I'm going to complain about movies today because that's the cool thing to do.
Well, that's the profitable.
Pretty much. That's the problem now.
Exactly. Profitable.
Yeah.
It's the profitable thing to do. I watched a reaction video. I watched a couple of reaction videos yesterday. And it wasn't reaction videos for none of this shit. It was for Obsession. And I was noting how many different reaction videos. It's one reaction video with damn near 7 other reactors on it. And really just putting that in the context, how many other channels there are out there that just react to movies that they haven't seen. And how young the people are on there who are reacting to this stuff. How their reactions work. What the people look like that are on them. Basically, it's a bunch of, like Charles will say, how many of them look like their favorite superhero? None of them. A bunch of portly ass dudes or feminized dudes up there having female reactions while the women sit up there and have some masculine reactions.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. And I say, but they got thousands, or not tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of views for their reactions. So this is what people key in on. This emotional bitch-made shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's not what I'm gonna give you. Apparently, I need to stop calling my reactions because I'm not having what they would consider a fucking reaction. I'm not doing all that shit. That is not me, bro. That is not me. I'll tell you what I saw and what that initial reaction was, because in my mind, that's a reaction telling you what I felt about something, as opposed to telling you what happened in it, which is a review. So maybe I need to stop calling my shit reactions because I'm not doing all of that shit. That is not me. That is not me as a personality. I'm not that damn shocked.
Yeah.
It's funny because you could tell when you see some of these reaction videos, you can tell that these are a lot of sheltered people, soy boys and blue females, because it's like, don't this scares you? Don't it scares you how the world is today? I was like, do you really want me to tell you who I am? What I've done? Me and fear have a very working relationship. Like sometimes I walk up to fear and go boo. Like it's go grow up and go see the world. And it's you don't live in the moment. Like I had to tell a friend of mine, she's in Colorado biking, and I said, well, of course you like. I'm kind of nervous. I said, you biked 40, 50 miles, and you're like only 3 to 4 months removed from your last cancer surgery. There's a lot of people who can't walk after their last cancer surgery. Live in the moment, have fun. The problem with a lot of people that don't know how to live in the moment and be content with the moment. Even if I don't give you a 1-for-1 comparison, maybe the alternate that I give might be cool as fuck, but because you're so prejudiced to it and so narrow-minded, you can't see the opening towards it. And when it comes to the literary or entertainment world, that's all you get. Oh, we don't want to be too this or too that. We don't want to hurt people's feelings. Make them laugh. Make them feel suspense.
Feelings. I put it to you this way: feelings are made to be hurt. That's why you have feelings, so you'll understand what the situation is. Like I was talking about it with my friend who hurt their leg. He was saying why he wasn't taking medication for it while he's rehabilitating. And I said, I already get it, because you want to see where the pain is. You'll hurt yourself worse if you don't know where the pain point is. So yeah, you maybe you don't take as much medication so you can feel like, okay, I can't move this 25%. Maybe it's still only 20. I wouldn't have felt that if I was dolled up on medication. So I would have done the 35 and really hurt myself worse. It'd make my rehabilitation longer. Yeah, you need to feel it. The only thing real is pain. So once you know where it is and where you feel it, you understand how you can move, what you can do and what you have to push past. A lot of these people, these reviewers I was seeing, yes, they are overweight. Yes, a lot of them are on not even the mental spectrum, but the sexuality spectrum, put it that way. A lot of them are. And that's what people gravitate to, apparently. That emotional male shit. A dude acting like a chick on the screen, terrified, talking sassy and shit. I'm like, it's kind of funny, I guess, but am I laughing with them or am I laughing at them?
Exactly.
And if I'm laughing at an overweight gay guy on there crying like a little bitch, then I'm laughing at you, motherfucker. Yeah, not the reaction to not the reaction of what's happening on the screen. I'm laughing at your out of character reaction as a man for what's happening on the screen. That's what's making it funny. So I'm laughing at you. I'm not laughing with you.
Meanwhile, my demented ass watching Obsession and laughing my ass off.
I watched Obsession. I laughed at some of the shit I saw, and I was horrified at some of the shit I saw.
Like,
but I wasn't having those reactions.
Yeah. No, the scene that had me laughing and creeped out at the same time was when after he made the wish and they split off from the job and she's just standing outside his door and they're just talking. And that was a good damn shot because the way they shot that scene was beautiful because there's nothing but a silhouette and then you key on her eyes. That's all you could see. I'm like, yo, why the fuck could they shoot it like that? This is beautiful.
Because it's creepy. Look, the way they shot it was the same thing I told you that I liked. I liked in that movie because they did it really well. And since I never put out my review, I never really said that outside of talking about it on here. But it's the same thing they did with New Avengers, Thunderbolts, if you want to call it. That's what made the Void look so interesting.
Yeah.
The Void was just black, except for the pinpricks in his eyes.
Yeah.
Except for the pinpricks in his eyes. And those pinpricks in the eyes was how they described Abeloth in the Star Wars novels. That's how they described Abeloth. That made it look so fucking creepy.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm seeing it live action on screen. So, that's kind of chilling. It was shot. I wasn't laughing about that shit. He opened that door. She's standing there in that dress with that shit. I'm thinking of my crazy ex, and I'm looking at that shit and said, now, see, that's when you're seeing a demon, man. That's not okay. Close the door. Close the door. What you doing, Bear? Close the door. Close the door, Bear.
First of
Don't
all,
let that motherfucker in. No.
But that's the wild part is, you notice she never asked, are you going to let me come in? That's how you know something's off. She never asked.
That just proved that she ain't a hate or a vampire.
Yep.
That's just proof she ain't one of them two things.
Yeah, she's not
Something's not
human.
going on right.
Whatever
Something's
she
not right.
is, that is not Nikki.
Yeah,
That is
whatever-
not
yeah,
Nikki.
well, exactly. Whatever she is, that ain't fucking Nikki, bro.
Get the strap. Get the strap, Bear.
Get a cross, get a crucifix. Don't let her in the house. Don't let her.
Nah.
That is not okay. So whatever out there on your porch
Yeah.
is not okay, bro. I wasn't laughing. I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
Mind you, I've seen the movie twice. And I'm like,
That same thing. No.
Close the door.
Shot your ass.
Close the door. Close
Yeah.
the goddamn door.
But that was a good shot, though. That was
It
a good
was.
shot. The way they
Most
shot
of those shots in there like that
Yeah.
was doing a lot with little, which was putting her in shadow. And from the first time it happened, I got it. From the first time it happened, I got it. Say, oh, this is the shadow side of her, whatever that is.
Yeah.
That's how, okay, got it.
Yeah. Credit to the actor, the way she was like snapping back to her real self.
Oh, she one of my favorite Hollywood actresses right now.
Yeah.
India Not Ready? Oh, she one of my favorites right now. I'm telling you. She can't get a date. I just sent Malika a video of hers she put up yesterday of her putting together her PC because she's kind of a nerd.
Yeah, I saw that.
Cute as hell. You get old enough.
Cute.
Be sitting outside waiting. Like Agamemnon, like, oh, you open the door.
For real. Messing with me, you wouldn't have finished that PC. Not no time soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't see how she ever gonna get another date. I really don't, because she played the hell out of that role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did.
I would
job.
be nervous.
Yep.
You're a really pretty girl. It's a shame she ain't never gonna have a date again.
Nope. She never will. Damn shame.
That'd be the first thing in my mind if we were sitting down at dinner and she's like, "Oh, you want some of this?" No. I was like,
nope.
Hey, one time. You got one time to say no.
Nope.
Let's not go further.
Don't be doing that. Don't be shaking your
Can't
head. Don't be
can't
looking
say
at
it
me
twice.
funny. Don't
be
do
smiling
that.
like that. Yeah.
Don't be twisting your neck at me while you. Don't do that. Don't do that.
We go to bed together. You better not be standing in the corner. When I open every time I open my eyes, you better be laying right here.
Go to the
I'd
bathroom.
have been like the safe words root beer.
Safe words.
Safe words root beer. And another thing, don't you ever yell at me in my own bed.
No. If I go to get up, just let me go.
For real.
Just let me go.
Just let me go. I'll be back. Relax.
Be back. It's just a piss. It's just a piss.
It's okay.
Do you have any windows in your bathroom just in case?
Yeah, do you got any windows that a body can fit through? I mean, I can sneak out of. I mean, I need air. Yeah, I just need air.
I just need to get a breather, sweetheart. Jesus. But good movie. I enjoyed that movie too. That was good. I had watched it on digital because I had heard so much about it. I was like, all right, whatever. I'll watch it.
You late adopting motherfuckers. That's why all these reactions are out now, because as soon as it hit digital, all them pussies that was scared to go to the movies to watch it, decided to start watching it now, and now they all got reactions. That means none of them paid to go see the movie in the theater. So all the money it made ain't from your bitch asses.
Nah, but I bought it on digital, not because it went to it just went to Peacock for free. They put it on Prime to like buy or rent. So they got some money out of me.
Yeah, that's when the reviews start coming out, when they put it on streaming.
But they put it out.
Watch it for free now. You can watch it for free now if you want to pay for Peacock, which I don't know why.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I wasn't gonna
Peacock, you on the chopping block for me too.
Yeah.
And MGM Plus, y'all on the chopping block, man, for streaming.
Oh, MGM Plus. But I enjoyed it. It was a good movie. Good acting all around. Those some good young actors. Even Bear's character, Ian's character, all of them.
Both of them did well.
They did well. They did really well.
It was a good movie.
Yeah, it was.
For little or nothing, it was a great movie, proving that it don't take a large amount of money to make a good damn movie.
No,
it
doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
With Christopher Nolan's directing and skill to make a good movie, it doesn't. It don't take all that to make a good movie.
It doesn't.
You just have to make a good movie.
Yeah.
You know what? Christopher Nolan's first movie, Pie, cost him $30,000 back in
Like
mid-90s.
Yeah. because
And
I didn't
here's the
get
fu-
on to him until Memento.
Yeah.
And that was fucking genius for me. Like, oh, fuck. You got to call, Charles. You got a text message.
I came in later than that. I came in at the Prestige.
Prestige was awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard some of these reviewers talking about Christopher Nolan movies and they had never seen The Prestige. I'm like, what?
Oh, you wild for that.
Yeah, you were out of line, goddammit.
You wild for that.
Out of line.
You wild for not seeing the Prestige.
You are out of line.
Why do you
I
think?
saw both movies.
Yeah.
I saw The Prestige and The Illusionist because they came out at the same time.
Same time.
I had to see both to see which one was the better movie.
All right, I
They
didn't
were
see
both
The
good
Illusionist though. I admit I
Oh, you
did.
didn't see that? You got to see that, bro.
I'm gonna look for it.
Edward Norton and Jessica Big Booty Ass Biel?
Oh, really?
Yes. Nigga. The Illusionist was good. And the scene I'm thinking of was at the end. And she's standing there with them riding pants and standing up there hugging him. I'm like, oh my God. Woo! I ain't Whistler's daughter no more.
You have grown.
You have grown. Seventh heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I'll
Timberlake's
check
woman
that
now.
out. I'll definitely check that out.
No,
But
check
yeah.
out The Illusionist. It's
I will.
slower than The Prestige,
Okay.
but think of The Prestige this way. You got Batman and Wolverine in the same movie,
Same movie. Yeah.
along with Alfred and
Yeah.
some other folks.
And some other
It's a
folks.
good ass movie. It's a
Yeah.
good-ass movie.
And
That was
wasn't that
great.
his last movie he starred in? One of his last movies he starred in?
Who?
In the Prestige.
Who?
One of whose last movies?
Michael
David
Caine?
Bowie.
David Bowie, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was one of his last movies that he starred in.
Fade Ralph, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of his last movies. Playing somebody that you wouldn't even thought of should have been in that damn movie, Nikolai Tesla.
Yep.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was actually good. It was actually a good movie on a lot of levels. I own that damn movie. And I'm not going to say any more about it. Go back and watch it. It's a good movie.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
saw
check
that.
Once you watch The Prestige, watch The Illusionist.
Yeah.
And then you can tell for yourself which one was the better movie. Because I told you before, Hollywood does this a lot. They will get wind of something that's happening, and they'll try to make different studios will try to make their own version of it quicker. So that's why both those movies came out at the same time with the same general theme. And it was just to try to, I think, it was to try to undermine Christopher Nolan.
Who
But his-
directed The Illusionist?
I don't remember. Let's see.
Okay.
I can Google finger that shit real quick. I don't remember who directed it though. It wasn't a bad movie. It was a little boring compared to The Prestige. It didn't have the twist that The Prestige has.
Yeah.
Neil Berger. Who the fuck is Neil Berger?
Neil
Like-
Berger.
It was
Neil
more
Berger.
love story. It was more love story than anything.
62 years old. What else has he done? Okay. So Neil Berger has done Limitless, The Illusionist, The Upside, Voyagers, Divergent series. Which one of the Divergent series did he do? I hope it wasn't the boring one. Interface, The Marsh Kings. So Divergent series, Insurgent. So he did the Divergent series. Those
I
are
saw
all
Limitless.
those are book adaptations.
Okay. I saw Limitless, so
Yeah, I like Limitless.
I like
really did like Limitless.
yeah, Limitless was good.
I like Limitless. I like The Illusionist. I like the Divergent series.
Well, if you can see Berg's style throughout all those movies, from The Illusionist, from Divergent, from the Divergent series, and the
Divergent, yeah.
so he uses a lot of he uses a lot of filters.
Mhm.
He
Wide, long
uses a
shot,
lot of
wide
he
shot.
uses a lot of wide shots. He's atmospheric too.
It's atmospheric.
Um,
It'll be more up close of what's going on with the characters.
yes, especially when it's personal. When it,
More personal.
what is the in The Illusionist? The Paul Giamatti's character in The Illusionist was great.
It
It
was
was awesome.
That's Paul Giamatti is a good actor. He's a good. He can do comedy. He can do serious acting. He's a good actor. That was a good role.
Yeah,
Edward Norton's character could seem a little bit boring. Heisengard or whatever his name was, he could seem a little bit boring, and you could see some of the movie is kind of slow, but the movie in and of itself is still good.
And
it's
what
not
I like,
prestige, but still good.
and what I like about Paul Giamatti's character in Illusionist, he's not really a villain. He's more of the antagonist, but he's doing his job.
Right.
And
it'd be like that.
Not to give it away to you, Lion, or anybody else in the chat.
Don't say anything.
I'll go check it out. But that tells me enough, because Paul Giamatti, he has a record for playing that same character, because he plays roughly that same character in the show Billions, where he's the antagonist, but not really, because he's a prosecutor, he's a lawyer, he's doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see how that.
Yeah, he can play a likable dick.
Yeah. yeah, he can.
He's not the dick you want, but he's the dick you got.
Yeah. Like, oh, fuck it. You know he's gonna do his job, that's for damn sure.
Yeah. 2006, The Illusionist.
Yep.
Okay. I'll look
Great
it up.
movie.
I'll look it up. Prime might have it here, or HBO Max might have it. One of these motherfuckers got it. I'll watch.
Eisenheim. Rufus Sewell. I like him too. Eleanor Thompson. Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's right. Aaron Taylor Johnson was there in this one.
Yep.
I forgot that. He was young. Yeah. Okay. That's the only person that wasn't in this Odyssey movie. ATJ didn't show up. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like,
usually
you're doing an Odyssey and you ain't got no ass to kick? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
yeah.
You ducked out on a Nolan film? What's wrong with you?
Probably couldn't. Probably scheduling conflict. Probably one of them scheduling conflict.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah, probably.
I just heard about the shit that Tom Holland had to do with Sony to be able to do this damn movie.
What did he do?
Big enough to be let him, scale back that Spider-Man stuff so he can actually do the Nolan movie, because it's a big deal for him to do a Nolan movie.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
it was good on the resume.
It's like, man, this is just a Sony Marvel movie, man. I got to do this Nolan flick? I want to leave.
Like, hey, man.
Hey,
I just got married.
I need my acting chops. I need a bigger check.
Yeah. He's like, I just got married.
Hey, she in this one too. Like,
look,
Zendaya having a hell of a year, and they gonna bitch about every movie she in.
Yeah,
Odyssey, Brand New Day, and Dune Messiah. She having a good year.
Yeah,
all popcorn flicks, and on top of that, she's doing her own TV show too. She's still doing
and
Euphoria.
She just won an award for her TV show. I've never watched that shit, but she won an acting award in that show. I guess that's where all her emotions and stuff go. I don't know.
Yeah, it is, because that show. Yeah, that show. I've watched it. I've watched it. That's where she's really acting her ass off in that show.
I don't know. Every time I see something about that show, it's always some debauchery. I'm like,
it is.
What is this show about? I said, is it about these young people having sex and being naked, or what the fuck? Like, I haven't heard anything that makes me want to watch the show.
Nah, it's really just a bunch of debauchery. It is.
Okay, well,
it's like
Black was hot for a while too.
It's like all the high school shows we watch, just rated R.
Oh, so okay, Vampire Diaries with more sex.
Yeah. Name the if the
Smallville, but everybody fucks.
Yeah. It's like the Wonder Years rated R. Any high school. It's like the Wonder Years rated R. Any high school movie you watch growing up, Saved by the Bell, all them shits rated R. Well, hell, just say The Different World. You call it The Different World, just rated R. They actually let you see some shit now.
So this is their generation.
Yeah, their generation. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fine. Because
just Generation V without a superpower.
Sydney Sweeney was topless in this shit. I'm like,
yeah,
what is this show?
Yeah,
I thought this was for kids.
Nah, it's not.
No.
It's definitely not for kids.
Okay,
well, today's kids, but not for the kids when we was growing up.
Yeah, today's kids. Okay,
like I
said,
said,
cash and prizes without playing the game, huh?
Think of every show you watched that was where the setting was around school and it's just rated R and they just letting it damn near all of it hang out. We talking drugs, all that shit.
Okay. I got it. 9021 ho.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty much. Yep. 91210. Yep. That too.
One ho.
Yep.
Generation with JJ.
I don't know. She's not my thing. Zendaya is not my thing, but I'm not opposed to her making her money and getting cast in a lot of shit. This is the you don't have to like it. Just understand what it is. This is the benefit of being biracial.
Yes.
Light skinned in some ways.
Yes.
They can cast you in a shitload of roles.
Yeah.
They can cast you in a shitload of roles. Because the hottest Chani I've seen outside of Sean Young is the one in the Dune miniseries.
Okay.
That chick was hot.
Yeah.
Still hot at her old age. I think she's 60 something now. She still can get it.
Yeah.
She can get it down dirty in the ankle socks, nigga. On mama's couch, ankle socks.
Yeah. They didn't move that date, did he? For the Dune movie. Is that still
Nope.
set to come out the same day as Dune?
Same day.
He getting.
They not moving. They shouldn't move.
Nah, don't.
Marvel should move. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Look,
Nah,
look. All the great white hypes is holding out for Doomsday to be some epic ass movie. I don't think it's gonna be an epic ass movie. And I'm not gorging myself on all the plot leaks, the script leaks, the story details, casting notes. I'm not gorging myself on none of that shit. I don't care. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. I want to walk into this movie and have my own experience watching it. I don't want it spoiled for me 8 ways to Sunday before I ever showed up in the goddamn movie. And then have to sit there in the movie, which has been proven with this Odyssey shit. You're going to have talked about a bunch of shit that ain't even in the movie.
Or if it was,
it's not even in the movie. Or if it is, it's 10 seconds worth of it.
That's it. That's all you got.
You would have spoiled my whole experience on this movie about some shit that possibly could have, would have, never even happened.
And that 10 seconds didn't drive the story, wasn't even part of the plot, didn't even really matter, had no bearing on the plot.
I'm not doing that. I'm not playing that game, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what they like to do. They act like these things is like gonna change the whole movie, and it had no effect on it, none whatsoever.
So, look, I know y'all make your bread and butter on spoilers and shit like that. Mm-hmm. I don't. I've never liked spoilers. I'm not that generation to give a fuck about that. I'm the generation who would actually read the book and not grab the cliff notes and skip to the end.
Yeah. Talking about it's gonna fly, but it already made $100 million in its first week.
Or Wikipedia this shit. No, we actually had to look up an encyclopedia and actually go through it and learn some stuff, not just get the answer.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So I'm not worried about Doomsday. I will see Doomsday when I see Doomsday, probably sometime in December. But on the 18th, I'm going to see Doom. If not the 17th. If not the 17th, I'll be seeing Doom Messiah because I am deeply invested in watching that.
I still got to see the second movie. I haven't seen the second.
You got time off? You can see it today.
Yeah. It's on HBO Max right now.
It damn sure is. It's free. I'm your homeboy. You need a access code?
I watched them all, and I haven't read any of the books, but I watched the movies.
Well, then you're only judging it on the movie. You don't have to judge next to the book.
Yeah, I want to. I am. I think I did put the books on my Amazon list.
You can get them
I listened to the audiobooks. I saw the old 1986 movie. I saw the latest movie. I saw the first movie. I haven't seen the second one yet.
Part 1. Yeah. Part 2 will get you in there. Some little changes, but nothing that's overly damaging anything. Outside of, like Dad said, the zesty sand bitch. But other than that, you
zesty sand bitch.
Right.
But what I watched, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the movie, and the world alone interests me.
World building is awesome.
Yeah, the
That's
world
Frank
building is
Herbert,
great.
man. That's Frank Herbert for you, brother.
Frank
Yeah.
Herbert is awesome. The world building is good, thanks to Denis Villeneuve.
Dennis Elman, the way he can shoot some shots, but I figured they'd be in good hands because his Blade Runner 2049 was pretty
Awesome.
damn good.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
It was interesting. That made me go back and really pay attention to Blade Runner again.
Yep.
Yeah.
In context, because I never watched that movie completely through. I knew it was supposed to be an epic, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I don't care. Everybody into this shit. So it really made me go back and actually watch the movie, understand what was happening in that movie, and then put it together with what I saw in, what was it, 2040 or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this one.
2045.
Yeah.
2040.
I like this one a lot more. I get this now. I get why they're asking these questions and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
And also, one of the things with Herbert and Philip K. Dick, for all you fools out there, those are the people that wrote the books. These guys were talking about social, psychological, real things that were going on at the time, because like Frank Herbert was writing Dune. He wrote Dunes like back in the 50s, 40s, 50s. And Philip K. Dick wrote Dream of Electric Sleep / Blade Runner back in the early to mid 60s. But they were talking about social situations that were going on then in a metaphysical stance, which proves something that is still going on today, which speaks volumes. It wasn't just about some cool sci-fi shit. No, sci-fi was everything, but it was like, all right, how's the world going to turn out now? How do we view humanity? And which was really cool. And how the way, you really go down the rabbit hole of these stories of the protagonist where you see what's going on. And Frank Herbert, when you look at Frank Herbert with Dune, you see where George Lucas starts building a universe, and he gets that from, and he puts that out there. And when you look at Blade Runner from that book, that's where you get your cyberpunk universe. Like they say, Philip K. Dick is the godfather of cyberpunk. So this is where you get all these genres that splinter off what we see today.
And see, that to me is another one of those things. I never really can't say that. Let's just say this. Cyberpunk is not, as a title, it's never been overly interesting to me. Understanding what cyberpunk is interesting, but I always just saw it as futurism. It's just futuristic stuff. And maybe it's not as optimistically hopeful as it would be. It's just a dystopic future in a sense. But more technology, cyborgs and shit like that. It's like, okay, it's all well and good. Maybe I'm just wrong because I'm used to that part of it nowadays. It's not that much. You watch some of that shit nowadays, it seems like, yeah, we right about there, bro. This is scary. Like, this ain't okay.
Well, think about that. Like you said, we right about there, but think about
back in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, think about these two guys that were writing this. They were ahead of their time.
Mm-hmm.
They were honestly the real futurists, man.
Yeah. Well, even Gene Roddenberry, in a sense.
Yeah.
You can thank him for your cell phone. You can thank him for your iPads.
Gene Roddenberry, George Lucas. What was the what's the sister that wrote The Matrix?
Sophia Stewart, and there's something on that now. I might have to take some of that back because there's a guy put out a video recently debunking that shit. That she didn't like shit.
Really?
I put it in my save file just to show y'all, because accountability is accountability. And he kind of threw some shit out there that kind of blew up her whole deal, that she didn't write shit. And this is the video. That is the claim. It's a claim I have repeated because I haven't finished reading the book. This dude did a 30-minute video debunking that shit. And some of the shit he said was damning.
Really? You gotta put the link in the chat.
I am. I'm showing you the video right now. Did the Matrix copy Sophia Stewart's 1981 masterpiece? Hey, if she ain't got an answer back for this, damn, bruh. I hope that's not true. It's like, I gotta read.
Is she still alive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she is. There's the link for that shit right now. You can watch the video. The video is about 30 minutes. And you tell me from the stuff that you have heard, that I have heard, he debunks that shit. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, I really need to invest some time into finishing that book. Because, damn, if I'm wrong, I got to come back and tell y'all I'm wrong. And that's just what it is. But you can see, I have this shit in my folder for my music.
Okay.
My show music. Because I saved it. Like, I'm gonna talk about this. I gotta, verify my own shit, but I'm gonna have to talk about this. If his shit is holding weight, then hey, it is what the hell it is, bro. But he got some other information that I did not have. And I'm like, this is what it means to actually be not married to an outcome.
That's true.
Not married to an outcome means you take in the new information and you match it up with what you have heard. And if it is contradicting some of the stuff that you have heard, that you have believed, you got to go back and change your belief. You got to go back and do your fact checking to understand if this person is right or if they're wrong. Or if you were wrong. It's fine to be wrong, because then that means you can show some growth from that point.
And also not to put the emotionalism just because somebody's something, they're black, they're white, they're Asian, they're LGBTQ, or they're handicapped or something. It's like, no. Let's let facts be what they are. It's just the truth.
So, damn. I watched that and I was like, let me see what this motherfucker talking about. I listened to this video and I was like, well, I might owe somebody an apology. let me double check myself. Let me just double check myself before I say anything else.
Well, you know what the funny thing is?
30 minutes.
Would you 30 minutes? That's how much time you got left?
No, 30 minutes is how long the damn video is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it. I saved it. I put it. It'll be in my I got YouTube Premium, so it'll save my history. So I'll look it over a little later.
Yep. Probably get more out of it than that last episode of X-Men 97. Same amount of time. It's all relative. Goddamn it! It's 30 minutes. You can watch 30 minutes video because you're gonna watch another one sooner or later. But go ahead. What you were saying?
I just forgot what I was going to say.
That means
well, I mean, this is where, this is kind of funny when we come up with this information. This is where people say, well, why you always wear it? No, I'm not saying that we got to do anything. I'm just stating the fact. This is what came out. We all thought for years that she was X, Y, and Z. But then come out.
There's proof.
This guy, yeah.
If it's proof to the opposing side that she wasn't, then she wasn't. And there's proof verified, then it is what it is. That she's getting over off the fact that most people have not read her book.
Exactly.
I own it and haven't read it yet. So that means I have to put aside some time and actually read through that goddamn book to see if any of what this dude was saying was holding weight. And if it doesn't, I got to come back and apologize to y'all. Like, nope, this dude is right and I'm fucking wrong. Because to me, it's not ego-wise. It's not ego. It's about being correct. And if the correct information is that I was wrong, then the correct information is I was wrong. I'm not married to the outcome. I'm married to the truth. That's
And
it.
the funny thing is that doesn't make you a bad person. That just makes you a person that's what you are. You're focusing on, like you said, the truth. What is the truth? I want to know what's going on. Did she write this or didn't she? And a lot of people might say, well, what difference does it make? What do you mean? What difference does it make? What makes it, because I want to know what she did. Well, first of all, it became a big uproar. It became a big uproar because, first of all, she stated for two intellectual properties that have been, you could say, for the past, well, one you could say that's going on for like 25 years, one that's been around for almost 40. And she obviously has written these books like 1981.
She wrote something.
So she wrote a series of books that contain similar, if not quote unquote, alleged original intellectual properties that these other intellectual properties had. And I remember just seeing, like, I remember you had sent information and showing pages, and I started looking. I said, hold the heck up, wait a minute. This is the shit that was like in the movies. And she's talking about, oh snap. And I had to go look back. I said, 1981? I said, hold on. And when did the first Terminator came out? 1983. So it was like two.
For what she was saying, it was possible. What this dude is saying is also plausible. And it runs counter to what she's saying. Like, one of the damning things that he put out there was that what I had heard is that she had got paid.
Yeah.
According to the dude, she didn't get paid. She's the one put out that rumor. I'm like, what? Like, oh shit. Oh shit. Please don't let that be true.
Yeah, because you're the one that told me she got paid. And then I did. Then
I had heard about it, that she had got paid.
Okay.
Turns out she might have been the one to put that damn rumor out there through the media that she got paid.
Okay.
But it is no proof that she got paid from the court proceedings.
Exactly, because that's what you have to do. If you want to do that, you go through the legal. If you go now, if she went through the legal means, all court documents are public record, right? And also, you have to realize
the verdict is not in there.
Exactly. And also,
sticking point. Yeah, you're right. The verdict is not.
What year did the court case come out? You know what I mean? It had to be between, because she did the court case. So allegedly the court case was dealing with two intellectual property. So it had to be probably early mid 2000s. Because when did Matrix come out? 2001, 2002?
All this stuff happened around the time of the second. Between the first and the second Matrix.
Okay.
So I have to go back and get into it and go through that. I got the Odyssey to finish first. And that fucking Supergirl book, so I can give it away. But yeah, that one is on the list to go back through and do my analog, upload of it. Because if that's the case, some shit gotta change. I gotta change some shit. It don't mean everything is fucked up, but it does mean some things are fucked up. And I like to be on the side of the right.
Yeah.
Not the ego.
And if she did that, that's cloud chasing, like
not the self-righteous.
Yeah.
So if it is, then it is. So I will go through it, and then when I finish it, I will report back to y'all and let y'all know what I've discovered, what new I've discovered, because that was the first. What he had to say was the first I had heard. The first I had heard, because every other report I had heard agreed with her. So this is the first I'm hearing of this shit. So it sounds plausible enough that it requires some more investigating. It does. So the link is in there. Y'all can watch the video yourself and determine it for yourself. But if you're rational thinking person, you'd probably feel the same way I did, which is, okay, let me give you the side eye for a hot minute and verify this shit. Because that seemed really plausible. And if that is, then I had the wool pulled over my eyes, and I don't like that shit. Especially if I was riding for you and you was wrong. We got a problem. It's like Morph talking to Wolverine. I'm not going to be sitting in the chair sulking, nigga. No, we got an issue. We got a fucking issue, man. Nuh-uh. Yeah, doing all kind of unspeakables for you in your name, and you was foul? You was in the wrong? Oh, hell no. I don't do that.
This ain't no spill it out bub situation. No, motherfucker, I almost died out here for some bullshit so you can just get this in. Yeah, but like how you said.
No. You ain't gonna send me on no dummy Suicide Squad missions. The fuck no.
Mm-mm. All right, Amanda Waller.
Yeah, I will support you all day if you're in the right. If you are actually in the wrong or some bullshit, I will not support you. That is not what's going to happen. Because that is not how my support works, man. So we'll see. We'll find out. And we will see. But you got anything else? I said 30 minutes, and it is now an hour and 30 minutes later.
No, brother, that's good. Thank you for allowing me to come up, man.
Yeah, watch Doom. You at home right now. Watch Doom Part 2 right now.
Well, I'm going to watch this. Did the Matrix copy Sophia joint?
Oh, yeah, you got 30 minutes. Yeah, you got 30 minutes.
I mean,
so, yeah, watch that shit, and then if it don't put you into a little bit of a tailspin while you're sitting there thinking about it, go ahead and watch Doom Part 2. It's a Sunday movie. It is a straight-up Sunday movie.
That's a 2-hour one, too, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. But it's immersive. It's an immersive.
No, I have no problem. I don't care about being immersed, man. It's just like, okay, I'm there.
Yeah, you're not going to see the Odyssey today. So, yeah, watch Doom Part 2. You'll enjoy it. And the only problem that you'll have with Doom Part 2, watching it at home on your TV, is you won't get all that great sound. Because that motherfucker sounded awesome in the theater.
Well, I got a sound bar here with the computer.
I don't give a fuck. Got that 6-point digital surround sound in the big theater? No. You ain't gonna feel your house rumbling when the sandworms show up.
Okay, there you go.
But no, watch it. It's a visual feast. It's a visual feast. Okay. He has a vision. And aside from Christopher Nolan, I don't know who could take that shit over after Denny's leave to give us another Doom movie, because that shit is gonna look cheap. Regardless, it's gonna look cheap. Because
if you had an IP for Denis Villeneuve to do, what would you want him to do?
With his vision?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would lend to very big visuals, because it happens in our world. But it's a little past our world. I say the Pattern Master series by Octavia Butler.
Okay.
Mind of My Mind, the Pattern Master, that shit would be interesting to see. It seems small, but he could probably give us some scope.
No, well, yeah.
But beyond that, I'd rather he had did The Foundation, to be honest.
Okay.
If he was going to make a live action remake of The Foundation, he would be the perfect person to do it. David S. Goyer was not the person to do it. He was not. Yeah. He got some interesting ship designs and all the rest of that shit, but David S. Goyer's bullshit is all over it. That's what makes it hard to watch. With sex and all that, I don't give a fuck about all that. That's not even accurate source material. It's Foundation, not The Foundation, not Isaac Asimov's Foundation. It's David S. Goyer's version of The Foundation. Shit. But if you gave that to somebody like Denny, that shit will look awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It would look awesome.
I agree.
It will look better than it's been looking. And that's the saving grace on David S. Goyer with the Foundation show, is that some of it looks great. Some of the special effects look fantastic. You getting over on some awesome visuals, bro. So thank Apple for actually having some people on staff that can give you something futuristic looking. But some of the other stuff looked cheap. Like, you just out in the field. Fucker, you mixed up and mangled all these goddamn characters. Jesus. I still ain't finished the last season with the mule showing up, because I'm looking at the dude, even though I like Oron Greyjoy. Ain't the fucking mule, bro. It's not the mule. Okay, whatever.
What year did the comic come out?
What comic?
Foundation, I'm sorry.
Doesn't have a comic. It has a book. It's a book series.
What year did it come out?
What did they say? I think it was 60 something.
Okay. Who
So I
was
looked
the
at
author?
Isaac Asimov.
Okay.
The novel series. Let's get publication order. There we go. Publication order. 51.
51. Okay.
Foundation was written 1951. Foundation's Edge was 82. Foundation and Empire was 52. Second Foundation was 1953.
Okay.
So 20 years before I was born, he wrote the one that's my favorite, the one that's sitting on the shelf back there, Second Foundation. That's the one I started listening to on audiobook again, because the shit was that damn good. And it is a series of 7 books. Hold on. This is television, not radio. So it makes it a live stream and not a podcast. Just my little pissy note. There you go. Foundation series 51, 52, 53, 82, 86, 88, 93.
Huh.
One writer, one singular vision. Imagine that. And goes through Foundation, Foundation and Empire, the Second Foundation, Foundation's Edge, Foundation and Earth, Prelude to the Foundation, Forward the Foundation. Now, this one, Prelude to the Foundation, that he wrote in 88, actually, story-wise, comes before the Foundation, before the 51 book. So by this point, he went back and did a prequel to his own original book.
Okay.
Which gave you more Harry Seldon before he ended up on Trantor, which was fun, which was very fun. And then you get into the Foundation where Harry Seldon is on Trantor and what he starts. And then the Forward Foundation, which I thought was just awesome, which is you finally figure out where these people are, where they've gotten back to all these 1,000 years past this original point in number 1 to get here. They found the origin of man, and it is this dangerous ass planet that used to be called Earth. Awesome.
Okay, interesting.
Awesome work. And if you read through the Dune series, I can't put both of these on the screen at the same time. The Dune series publication order. Can we get one of those nice little one line? No, you're not gonna get me. You're not gonna be that simple. You fuck. Okay. So his 7 books, Isaac Asimov's 7 books, from 51 to 93, which Frank Herbert tried to answer or challenge, right? So he wrote his Dune series, like in response. And Herbert's picks up after Isaac Asimov's work. It starts in 65. When Isaac Asimov was already 3 books in. Already 3 books into his series. So he wrote his as to an answer to his, because when you go through the Dune series, and me and Dead Set were talking about this last week, about the line that Alia says, or Ganima says, about she was remembering back to her ancestor Agamemnon. If you saw the Odyssey, you know who Agamemnon is now.
Mm-hmm.
She remembers back to their descendants of human beings from Earth.
Okay.
The people in Dune. And being the Kwisatz Haderach means that you have access to all your memories of your
ancestors,
life, your ancestors. And she's remembering back to that time of Odysseus in the Trojan War, being on fucking Arrakis millions of years in the future. All goes back to Earth. That's some great fucking storytelling to me. So Frank Herbert, 1965, all the way until 2014. He was already dead. Who wrote this Mentats of Dune? That must have been his
son, right?
His son, yeah. Especially in some 2014. He'd been dead. They mixed up the order on these. Yeah, because they didn't do them in order. 65, 69, A76. Yeah, they did this shit out of order. And you guys can see up here, this is how fucking stupid programmers can be sometimes, not Google. The Dune series publication order. They started with 69, and right underneath it is 65. Who doesn't understand a publication order? Fucking idiots, dude. This is your AI at work. Ugh. And this shit is too small to even be read legibly. Good night.
Go back up.
Fucking Reddit. Thanks. Well, that's one way to get it. Yeah, it's fucking Reddit. Anyway. So I forgot what the point was, but the main thing is that that's your story. The story's been around for a while. Each one builds off the other.
Okay.
Each one builds off the other. The Foundation series was the precursor to the Dune series. And Denis Villeneuve, doing good with Dune, would do awesome with the Foundation. Especially showing a technologically advanced civilization falling into decay. Zack Snyder might even be able to give you that vision if it wasn't just decay first.
Okay.
He could probably give you that vision because he has that, but it would be mostly a special effect.
Okay.
This is the difference between directors. Motherfuckers looking at this Odyssey movie and thinking a lot of this stuff was special effects. Like, no, they was out on the ocean. They were out on the fucking ocean. That is a real shit. They were really out.
Nolan gives you a lot of practical stuff.
He is realism. He is Mr. Realism.
Yeah.
He is Mr.
Realism.
Realism.
Stuff that they said with Dunkirk, like he said, yeah, they like when they had the guys out there, the extras, they said, yo, he was really having people with explosions. He wanted our real reactions.
Yeah. They said the same thing with Oppenheimer. It was like, man, I think they would let him let off a bomb. Yeah, because he wanted to. Can we just get a real explosion? No, you can't really get a nuclear explosion. Chris, what the fuck is wrong with you? You like Prince wanting a zebra at 2:00 in the morning in Minnesota? No. Goddamn giraffe. What's wrong with you? Like, he won't realism like that. You don't set off a real explosion. Can it be nuclear? No. What the fuck are you thinking? Well, can we still do the explosion? Need it for the movie. We need the realism. Yeah, but you don't have to set off a real bomb, motherfucker.
That's the centricism of these people. Like, whoa, you can't do that. Whoa. It's kind of like Coppola when he was doing Apocalypse Now, man. It was like, all right, you're over budget. They were talking about how the way he had those helicopters, they only had to rent them for a period of time, and it was like, you only got to have them for this period of time. No, but I need more. I need more money. It was like, no.
Well,
that's
like the Boys in the Hood. You want a real reaction? We get some real shit happening. You'll get a real reaction.
Yep.
Let it all fire up. See what these motherfuckers do. Everybody got low and got the fuck out of it. They knew what was up.
That's true.
That is true. Get the car in gear quick enough. Thought you was gangster. Why you running? You were fraud.
People didn't know what was going on. I thought that was
know what the fuck was going on, but they knew they needed to get low and get the fuck out of there. That's what they did. Baser instincts took over, man. Get the fuck away from that direction.
Exactly.
Motherfuckers letting off when we in LA. It's time.
They shooting. They shooting.
They shooting. Time to go. Fuck out of here. I don't know how they got all them people back. Like that episode of Punk'd. We had that black dude showing up for that job interview. And they jumped through the ceiling like they was robbing the place. And that brother took off and ran down the block. He was gone. I said, how they get this dude back?
That's
I saw dudes come through the ceiling in mass. I'm out. Like, yep. There's no more questions need to be asked. Whatever's happening here, I don't need to be a part of it.
Black people's survival instinct is different, man.
Yeah, that's why it's always an insult that we get killed first in the movies. No, because we'd have been the first ones gone.
Exactly.
Right, I'm out. Crazy chick show up to the door with pinpricks and light in her eyes. Close the door and leave.
Uh-oh, I'm out. Goodbye.
No, bitch, you got up in the middle of the night crazy? I'm the fuck out. I'm putting on my shoes and getting the fuck out. If butt naked or in my underwear, I'm gone. She could have a house now.
I'm better off dealing with the police. Lock me up, please.
It's not that black folks is inherently more scary than white folks. It's not that at all. It's black folks are inherently more tied to spirits and shit. Back from our ancestors that actually believed in shit like that. We don't fuck around with things like that. Japanese people live with them and pray to them. Black folks get the fuck away from them. That is a bad spirit. That is a oni. We do not mess with those. No, we don't. Let them
going back to like you said, when you seen relationships between a man and a woman, and today look at Mary and Smoke. Mary was like, she changed that medicine pouch and made sure she put them right herbs and all those other stuff in there, and everything's on them. And she said, these are vampires. This ain't no normal everyday Hank.
This is a Hank. No, these ain't Hanks. These are vampires.
Yeah.
There's rules on these motherfuckers too.
I remember when I love the part where she's right in back of Smoke. And when Cornbread tried to bite his arm and he shot him, and she's the one that grabbed him and pulled him back. I said, there you go. That's your woman right there, making sure everything's all right.
Saving your life.
Yeah.
That's the real woman. Modern woman would have been in there screaming, get the hell back! Get back! Back up, Smoke! Shit. Got his ass bitten.
I'm going to do what I want when I want. Yeah, okay. All right.
Anyway.
All that stupid stuff.
You got some final thoughts for these good people?
No, Big Home. I am going to chill out, get some dinner. Thank you for letting me come up. Until next Sunday.
Glad you're feeling better, man.
Me too. I don't like being sick.
Oh, hell no. Neither do I. I get angry when I get sick because I'm mad at the motherfucker who got me sick. I hope you
I think it was.
kind of crazy way.
I think this was God's way of telling me slow down,
It was. It was.
relax.
You needed a bigger signpost, apparently.
Yeah,
So fucking
relax.
with your equilibrium will do that to you.
Yeah.
Can't deny it no longer. Like, I'm fine. I can go back to work.
I can't deny it.
Yep.
My equilibrium was fucking with me.
Yep. You need to sit the fuck down.
That's true.
God had to come around and tell you like it, sit the fuck down.
Shout out to Nate Dogg.
Nate Deal double Jizzy.
R.I.P. But look, home, I'm gonna go make me some dinner. I'm gonna go look at some movies and some media. Have a great week. Peace out, and I will
Thanks to
see
you.
you on the flip on next Sunday. All right, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
All right,
you.
home.
That was my
Peace out.
cinephilic brother, the Malika Me Bane, live from Philly. Feeling it a little bit. Praying that brother get better. Good. Glad he's doing well. Black men, take care of your health as much as you can. I'm probably the weirdest person to say that shit, but I do care about the rest of y'all. Possibly somewhat more than myself, but yes, take care of yourself. Well, that is the end of the show, boys and girls, ninjas and audience. If you want to go see the Odyssey, go see the Odyssey. If you don't want to go see the Odyssey, don't go see it. If you like it, that's fine. If you dislike it, that's also fine. But at least you made up your own mind either way. That's all I expect people to, that's all I would ask of people to do. What I can expect of people is for them to be sheep and need somebody to lead them to where they want them to go. But I would like to believe that most adults are thinking adults and they can make up their own mind on what they like and what they don't like, no matter how much people are trying to steer you in one direction. Okay? It's not that big of a deal. Christopher Nolan makes movies all the time. And they don't all suck. I don't think this is one that does. I just don't. I will work on my review today, and I'll put it up in the next day or so. But I do have House of the Dragon to watch in about 5 hours. So I will get there because I do want to see what happens with my boy Amon. I'm not that interested in Alice Rivers, but I know she's going to be there. So I get to see if Amon get bow into his mistress and what kind of debauchery goes on. And don't worry, I won't be upset if all these people in medieval times are using common language. I won't. It won't be disappointing for me in any way. It'll just be common of a cast of mostly white folks using common language. Okay? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for showing up today. If you would like, and it's only if you would like, to, sorry, I'm doing something in the background that y'all can't see. If you would like to check out my watch along of House of the Dragon tonight, it'll be up on my Patreon. Patreon link should be in the description of this video down below. I don't know how I keep getting free members, but some kind of way you can become a free member as well. But otherwise, it only costs you $10. If you need a discount on $10, you're a broke bitch. Sorry. You actually are. Probably try paying for some shit. If you are, I can't believe you paid IMAX money to go see a movie. It seems weird because that's more. But if you want to see it there, that's where the watch along is, where you can see me under emoting to what I see. You can see my actual live unreaction and then see the review before I actually post it on YouTube. I might stop doing that shit because I'm noticing something. So I might close the door on that shit for some people. But in the meantime, that's where it will be. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and finish eating the rest of my food and finish drinking my Modelo and figure out what I want to watch right now. I might watch Doom Part 2 just because I need some entertainment for a little while. But with that, I've been artisanmc. This has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. until I feel like stopping. We're talking about geekdom life and everything in between. Have a good week. Check out something good and come back with something that you can share. And I'll see you next time. Peace.